Good morning. A very warm greeting to each and every one of you. On behalf of ACE's Consortium for Regenerativeness, allow me to welcome you to the 4th International Conference on Regenerative Ecosystems, hosted by Xavier Institute of Management, Exim University, Bhubaneswar. I, Genevieve Nerissa Gomes, along with Samprikta Sahu, it is certainly an honor and privilege to be a part and serve as the MC for this event. As George Bernard Shaw wisely said, progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. A reminder that transforming our ecosystems begin with transforming our ways of thinking.
Today, as uncertainties deepen across natural, rural, urban, and industrial landscapes, the AIESS framework urges us to recognize how every relationship, institution, and ecological choice interacts to shape outcomes. Over the coming sessions, scholars and practitioners will share insights on aligning intent, design, and collective action towards creating flourishing and regenerative systems. To commence the conference on an auspicious note, may I request our dignitaries to kindly proceed for the lighting of the lamp, followed by the prayer song.
May I now please invite Professor Vishwa Sarup Mishra, Dean, Xavier Institute of Management, Exime University, to present the welcome address.
Good morning. Reverend Father K.S. Kashmir, Vice Chancellor, Exime University, esteemed guest of honor, Sri Ajay Kumar Sood, Deputy Managing Director, NABARD, Reverend Father S. Anthony Raj, Registrar, Exime University, Professor Amar K.J.R. Nayak, Professor of Strategy, Chairperson of the Center for All Interacting Evolving System Science and convener of ICRE 2025, delegates to the conference, invited guests, faculty colleagues, research scholars, students, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed my pleasure and privilege to welcome all of you to the International Conference on Regenerative Ecosystems 2025 on behalf of Xavier Institute of Management, Exime University. First, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizing team, Professor Dev, Professor Bhaskar, Professor Sarath, Professor Ranjan, led by Professor Amar, who have worked tirelessly in the last 1 year to make this conference possible. Professor Amar would be sharing the theme and the tracks of the conference. Before I invite Professor Amar, let me share a few reflections. First, on the relevance of the theme of the conference. Yesterday was the feast of Saint Francis Xavier, who is the patron of Exime University. Saint Francis Xavier had posed a fundamental question long ago. How does it profit a man if he has owned the whole world but has lost his soul? The parallel question in today's time is, how does it benefit the mankind if it achieves prosperity at the cost of posterity? And this is, I'm saying, because in the world, 4 out of 5 children every year face at least one extreme climate hazard. We are indeed living at the edge. And there is a famous Chinese proverb that you can't drink poison to quench thirst. In our context, should we be pursuing prosperity by destroying the ecosystem which sustains life? Is it worth it? And coming to the second aspect, as stakeholders, how we can contribute to the cause of regeneration. And when we talk of regenerating ecosystems, the first thing we must take cognizance is the complex interrelationship between the various subsystems of nature, like earth, water, light, air. So all these subsystems are operating, and we need a systems approach to see how all of them are coming together to make life possible. To gauge the complexity of the interrelationship amongst the systems, a good starting point would be the human brain. Now, the human brain, one single human brain, consists of 100 billion neurons and more than 100 trillion neural connections. And if one is to count every second one neuron, it will take 3,600 years to complete the counting. So if that is the complexity of one human brain which is governing the human body, we can very well appreciate the complexities that are involved when it comes to interrelationship between the various subsystems of nature. And but the good thing is that complex problems always do not require complex solutions. Many a times, complex problems often you can approach them with simple solutions. And research from the Max Planck Institute of Human Development over the last 2 decades, rather I should say over the last 3 decades, have shown convincingly that if you are dealing with a world of risk, probabilistic models do a better job in predicting future. But if you are in a world of uncertainty, it is heuristics or the simple rules of thumb that do a much better job in predicting future. So heuristics in our context would be the age-old ecological practices, which has been curated over the centuries, but we have somehow lost track of them. So applying heuristics to the cause of regeneration would mean reviving some of those old ecological practices, adapt them to the current context, and the important thing if heuristics is to be successful, it needs to be very well grounded in the context, and which requires deeper observation. And I'm happy to share that Professor Amar and his team have done some of the pioneering works in rejuvenating dying water bodies and revitalizing defunct farmer-producer organizations, working deeply with the stakeholders on the ground, which is termed as the action research. So we require 2 things. We require a systems thinking, a multidisciplinary approach, and action research. And one more thing, insights from behavioral economics can come handy when it comes to applying heuristics or reviving the ecological practices which will serve us well. Now that would require a couple of things. One is we need to design context-specific interventions, build trust with communities, mobilize resources, and coordinate with diverse stakeholders. And if we do this, this will make regeneration not as a top-down agenda, but as a shared community responsibility. And just to give you another fact, research shows that on an average, a user touches his smartphone at least 5,000 times a day. That means in today's time, patience is a very scarce commodity. And action research, especially young researchers who are looking for publication at a very fast pace, action research requires a different level of commitment. So I wish more of our research scholars go into that field. And lastly, the global economy is being reshaped by massive investment in AI. All of us know that. In fact, in the first half of 2025, half of US GDP growth has come from the investment made in the AI ecosystem. But AI, and AI also has great potential to improve productivity and make life better. But AI itself depends critically on energy, minerals, rare earth materials, which are all gifts of nature. So whether we want advancement through AI, improve productivity, we can't do away with nature and the natural ecosystem. So all of us appreciate at one level or the other that nature needs to be nurtured. But the situation that we face today is because of a collective procrastination. What is needed is a collective reflection. And to summarize, regeneration of ecosystems should need a system thinking, a transdisciplinary approach, and action research. I wish the deliberations of this conference will create new pathways towards regenerating ecosystems. And I thank all of you for your commitment to this vital cause. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your warm and inspiring welcome. I request Professor Amar Kerjar Nayak, Professor and Convener of ICRE 2025, to introduce the theme and objective of this year's conference.
Good morning, and I'm extremely grateful for your presence here. Thank you for being here, especially when some 300 flights have been cancelled. And it's been happening for several days now. And in that context, we are all very happy that we are here together. Thank you, Professor Mishra, for introducing the topic so well to us and highlighting the point that there is a lot of this thinking within the university. Honorable Dr. Father Kashmir is the Vice Chancellor of the university. Dr. Sood, the Deputy Managing Director of NABARD Mumbai, and Father Registrar, Father Anthony Raj, to be here. And so many dignitaries, so many important and more importantly, very highly committed researchers and practitioners who are here. We have bureaucrats, we have very, very high senior academics, we have medical doctors, we have microbiologists, we have professors, we have farmers, system scientists, some of the best system scientists of the world here. And it's a privilege to have us all together in this place. Let me take you through briefly. I think we have been discussing as a group for the last 2 days about what we are looking at. We are looking at the science of regenerativeness to begin with. And the science of regenerativeness, I'll explain a little briefly, but broadly what it means is seeking coherence, balance, and of course mindful action leads to regenerativeness, and we can explore that, the ideas that we explored further. We're also looking at the ecosystemic framework, not just a systemic framework, but an ecosystemic framework for regenerative ecosystems, which consist of several subsystems. And of course, from there we want to take it further to collaborations. That's how we are here all together, to seek collaborations for regenerative thinking, regenerative practice, regenerative living, which is our individual pursuits, and then regenerative sharing, like the way we have gathered here together. These are the topics, tracks and topics of the different ecosystems that has been the focus of this conference. It is about the ecological, social, political, and economic major dimensions, and within which there are 8 sub-dimensions or the systems, and we are studying under these 8 systems or dimensions around 40 topics, the 40 factors. That's the outline of the conference call for papers that you all saw that. Now, here I would like to just give you a background as to how these were arrived at. This was arrived at based on research for the last around 20 years and collating people's work around the world. And we were trying to look at, we looked at the Scopus journals, millions of articles to see if people have looked at all this together. And the number that we got was 0. So there's no attempt to actually see in a real ecosystemic framework. They've been studying in disciplinary, all the research is largely disciplinary. We also looked at whether there are 5 of these combinations, any 5, again 0. 4, we got few numbers. 3, we got few numbers. And that's all together made around 121 papers. We went further down to see if these papers made the kind of perspective that we have. It was I was very happy to see the 121 number, but when we went inside, it was very rare to find that kind of work. So systemic thinking and ecosystemics, particularly ecosystemic thinking, is rare in academic research. Microbiologists work their own work, but the implications to say, social life, implications to political life, impact on institutions is really not studied. And you will hear in the plenary today, one of the leading microbiologists is here who will take us through what was his reflections on this approach. So you can see here further that there are certain set of variables of these 40 factors which can become regenerative. If you design them based on those variables, it leads to regenerativeness. But the other 40 or the other alternatives of the spectrum often leads to degenerations. So that's the kind of investigations that we have done, and this is another forum to discuss, to debate, to question, and explore further as to how we could fix this problem of degeneration, or what we call the polycrisis that the world is facing today. So these factors and variables or dimensions are again not linear in nature, they're embedded into each other. So one can start from anywhere, but needs to connect with the other to be able to understand the interrelationships that exist among these dimensions and factors and variables. While on the practical scale, if you want to really get into action and get it to work on a transdisciplinary basis, is a very complicated process. So first we can actually look at them as linear, but then we integrate them. So the 4 pillars of the 8 dimensions are actually these 4, as we understand: ecology, relationships, institution, and governance, on which, if these are structured for regenerativeness, economic well-being is very easy. But often the focus is on the economic dimensions and ignoring the basic foundations of regeneration. So the economic dimensions are production, agriculture, primary sector, secondary sector, manufacturing, industry, services, including health and education, as well as organizations, which is the main manifestations of human entities. So these can be structured well if they align to the natural principles of the ecology. That's the basic argument on which these deliberations or this nature of research has proceeded. So to explain in brief, this is the basic assumptions or basic axioms of regenerativeness, that things are interconnected, everything is interconnected with everything, everything is interdependent with everything, and everything is interacting with everything. Everything includes life, non-life, matter, forces, everything. Everything is interacting, and we have no control of these interactions. And in order to get there, what we are looking for regenerativeness, to see coherence across these dimensions. And the action has to lead to a balancing work. It's a balancing of these variables which are always interacting and moving in different directions. So to get there, the only freedom that we have, the degree of freedom human beings have, is their intentionality. This intentionality is broadly, can be in a spectrum, can be classified as whether I am I-centered or whether I am the other-centered. In an interconnected system, if I think it is starting from me, then I have missed the line. So that goes deep down into our ecological situations or positions, an understanding of ourselves in the context of the other. And that can be, of course, drawn from many philosophical bases, and the coherence and balance that we talked about in thinking and in practice, we discussed that in the very first day on the methodology workshop. It was a full-day workshop. We had the best of system scientists of the world in the workshop and practitioners who actually practice it, and we were discussing that as how do we shape our thinking and prepare towards regenerative thinking leading to regenerative practice. So the whole approach then, I'll break it down to very simple words now, that is about how are you centered in your orientation, in your intentionality, which is often deep inside us. It's never tabled in the front. So this needs to be also debated, placed outside and on the table before we start action, without which even transdisciplinary research has not performed. It has not given that quality of result that we are looking at, because intentionality is not tabled upfront. There has to be a common minimum axiological position, which is one way of looking at is look at it from the weakest other-centered intentionality in any context, in any situation, and that would lead to regenerativeness. So this goes deeper down in the philosophical position of understanding that none of the entity in a system is of any value without the other. So the nothingness of any entity in a given system. So it goes deeper, further into understanding the philosophical positions of dualism and non-dualism. So these are very, very interesting concepts, and I'm sure all of us are exposed to some of these thoughts, but it's valuable to reflect and integrate them into our thinking and to practice. So this is the group which has consolidated these thoughts so far, and very excited that we have a group now of institutions and scholars and leaders across the world which is thinking together. And this is you can see from the logo, or the tentative logo that we have, is to move from linear compartmental approach to a highly interconnected, evolving system of reality. So how do our work, our thinking also matches with the evolving reality of the nature? And that's when we become most effective. So these are our various institutions, and the objective of this group is to facilitate regenerative thinking, regenerative practice, regenerative living, and regenerative sharing. And today's gathering is about the sharing of our learning and practices. These are the institutions. The one which facilitated was the XIM Xavier Institute of Management, XIM University. To that, we have several other institutions who are members, and Indian Institute of Management Raipur has been involved for more than 3 years now. Then we have Asank Desai Center for Policy Studies from IIT Bombay. We have also Dr. Ambedkar, Chair of Social Work, by the member from here. We will be hearing all of them in different sessions. So this is on behalf of all these members. It's not now limited to just one entity, but it's a larger conglomeration of scholars and institutions. We have, of course, very generous collaborating organizations who have been very kind and supporting. NABARD is one such, which has actually facilitated this research for the last around 15 years. We didn't start as regenerative ecosystems. We started with farmer-producer organizations. We wrote the national policy for the government of India from that research. Then we went into agriculture. We have also shaped the national policy on sustainable agriculture in the government of India. So it has contributed. The studies have contributed, and NABARD has been extremely fundamental to supporting this work. GIZ has come very, very close now. It has become a very good supporter of these ideas because they are into climate action, they are into regenerative farming, regenerative agriculture, and they are strong supporter of this. Then we also have NALCO, which is our local corporation. We also have Indian Council of Social Science Research. We also have our local management association, the Bhubaneswar Metropolitan Management Association, and also Dhanlaxmi Bank from Kerala. This was the broad set of events. We had this already on the first day, on the 2nd of December. We had the key experts who facilitated this workshop. The details are there. You might have seen them already. We had yesterday the roundtable on regenerative science for practice, including a farm visit. We have we have 6 plenary sessions in different themes of the 8 dimensions. We clubbed some of them and made 6 plenary sessions. And we have speakers from around the world to speak and share their experiences on this. We have now 18 parallel sessions. We had to add few more parallel sessions because of the flight cancellations, and they become online, but we'll have them all. All their papers are already there, and they have been reviewed. They have gone through this tough review process, and we had our committee which was doing that all the while. And we are not going to taking the science or thinking or normal professional practice to life. We've also designed a cultural evening which is based on the theme of coherence and balance. We'll enjoy that on the 5th evening. That's all, and we will, of course, go back to summarizing this on the last day at the valedictory, and that will become the notes for all of us to begin with, a summary note that we will develop. Thank you so much for your attention, and welcome to this conference.
Thank you, Professor Nayak, for setting the context and shaping this important event. Your vision and leadership are truly invaluable. May I now request Dr. Father K.S. Kashmir, S.J., the Vice Chancellor of Exim University, to share his inaugural remarks.
Dr. Ajay Kumar Sood, Deputy Managing Director, NABARD, esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Biswaswarup Mishra, Professor and Dean, Xavier Institute of Management, XIM University, Dr. Amar K.J.R. Nayak, Professor, XIM Management, and convener of ICRE 2025, Father S. Anthony Raj, Registrar, XIM University, esteemed Vice Chancellors, distinguished speakers from around the world, faculty members, research scholars, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm and heartfelt welcome to each and every one of you, that you made it in spite of massive flight cancellations. We are gathered here today for a purpose that speaks not only to science and policy, but to the future of humanity and the planet we call home. The International Conference on Regenerative Ecosystems arrives at a time when our world urgently seeks new pathways that heal, renew, and empower life across all its forms. The first foundational theme of this conference is the science of regenerativeness, grounded in the emerging discipline of AIESS, all interacting, evolving systems science. This science invites us to review ecosystems not as isolated parts, but as interacting, evolving wholes. It integrates the philosophy of science with systems' transdisciplinary ways of thinking and acting. Regenerativeness goes far beyond sustainability. Sustainability aims to maintain. Regenerativeness enables ecosystems to self-repair, rejuvenate, and flourish. AIESS helps policymakers, researchers, and practitioners understand the interconnected ecological, social, political, and economic forces that shape our world. When we embrace this science, we shift from being reactive caretakers to proactive stewards, capable of creating regenerative cycles. These cycles meet immediate needs while building resilience for generations to come. This is a movement from problem solving to life enhancing. The next important theme is the ecosystemic strategic framework, a coherent set of design factors that allow systems to regenerate across all levels. Every community, whether small or large, consists of multiple intertwined dimensions: ecology and environment, social relationships, institutions and governance, agriculture and livelihood systems, manufacturing and services, organizational and cultural life. For regeneration to occur, these dimensions must be coherent, aligned, and mutually reinforcing. If one part of the ecosystem is neglected, whether it be social relationships, ecology, or governance, the entire system suffers. When design coherence is achieved, development initiatives begin to resonate with the realities of people and place, enabling solutions that address poverty, inequality, environmental degradation, and the broader SDGs. This conference invites academics, researchers, practitioners, and policymakers to reflect deeply on these design factors and to work towards balancing and synchronizing them for the flourishing of the ecosystems. True transformation does not happen in distant capitals. It begins in the small spaces where people live, work, and interact. Gram panchayats, wards, communes, municipalities, union parishads, GN divisions, and all these local governance units are the heart of regeneration. Localized SDG implementation requires practical, grounded strategies shaped by the unique realities of each community. When local people are empowered through participatory decision-making, when they're given the tools and knowledge to shape their own ecosystems, change becomes real, durable, and inclusive. Decentralized governance models that value local wisdom and community participation are essential for regenerative outcomes. Moreover, coherence in ecosystem design ensures that these local innovations integrate seamlessly with higher level governance systems, namely district, state, national, and global. Finally, I see this conference as a space for creating pathways for collaboration across disciplines, across institutions, and across geographies. Our hope is that this gathering will inspire innovative research in regenerative science, transformative community action, progressive educational models, and thoughtful, future-ready policy frameworks. Regeneration is not the work of one institution or one sector. It calls for the collective imagination and commitment of all: scientists, social leaders, educators, policymakers, farmers, entrepreneurs, and communities. Let this conference be the beginning of new alliances that will carry the science of regenerativeness into practice, and practice into lasting, life-giving change. As a Jesuit institution, XIM University, Bhubaneswar is deeply committed to a vision of integral human development, a vision where the well-being of people, communities, and our planet are inseparable. Regenerativeness embodies this mission. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to all the participants who have come from across the world and speakers joining from across India and around the globe. May your insights, your research, your wisdom, and your collective passion shape a future in which ecosystems thrive, communities flourish, and humanity rises to its highest responsibility, namely to care for all life. Thank you, and I wish you all an enriching, transformative conference. God bless.
Thank you, Father, for your insightful words. Your leadership continues to inspire and guide our institution. I now request our guest of honor, Dr. Ajay Kumar Sood, Deputy Managing Director, NABARD, Mumbai, to share his address.
Very good morning to all of you. So say good morning so that we become alive. So respected Dr. K.S. Kashmir, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vishwaswarup Mishra, Dean, Dr. Anthony Raj, Registrar, Dr. Amar Nayak, Professor and Convener. Again, a very good morning. In fact, all of you are researchers from academics, and I am from a developmental financial institution. So I am the odd man out here among you learned people. So I think a lot of things have been said about regenerative ecosystems and the need and the change that we require in our thinking to address to these challenges. So I'll try to give you a perspective what we are doing in the field. We are in the field, actually, we are doing action research kind of thing, as I think Dr. Nayak or somebody told about action research. So I think there is a need for doing this. I mean, just 2 days before I was in ICRE NAM, Hyderabad. So there also one conference was going on. So there also we deliberated that we do lot of conferences, lot of papers, but ultimately at the end of these conferences, what is the actionables? For institutions like us who are in the field, we are looking for some analysis, some leads, so that we can refine our policies, we can take these technologies, your findings to the field. In a country, in a vast country like India, where there is always a trade-off between sustainability and growth, people are buying for meeting their livelihood requirements. So I think there is a lot of action that has to be done at the ground level. I mean, more than the professing, I think action has to be there. So we have been working in the field for the last 40 years. For the benefit of those international delegates, let me tell that NABARD, I am from NABARD, which is a developmental financial institution. It's the largest DFI in the country. We have 5 DFIs in the country, and we are the largest one. So we have been catering to agri and rural requirements of the country. And we have taken an ecosystem approach for development. Now, by ecosystem approach, I mean that we are addressing the ground level requirements from multiple perspectives. Now, we have done a lot of work for infrastructure, rural infrastructure development in the country for the last 3 decades. We have built around 6 lakh kilometers of rural roads in the country, done around 30 million hectares of irrigation in the country by our innovative financing mechanism. We have built rural hospitals, veterinary hospitals, drinking water supply. So on rural infrastructure front, we have done a lot of initiatives. Then we are also financing the banks also, refinancing the banks for meeting out the credit requirements of the farmers and other rural entrepreneurs. So, and then as far as our developmental role is concerned, we are doing innovative pilot projects with various organizations. As one of the largest intervention we have, we started the concept of self-help groups in the country in 1992. And now it has become one of the largest microfinance program in the world. Now it has taken the shape of NRLM. So those friends from India, they will know it. So our job is to demonstrate that things are workable. Some of the things are workable, and then the job of the governments to take it forward, because that is not our job. Our job is only to demonstrate it, experiment it, and then to say that these are the things which have the scope of replicability, of scalability. So, and then recently we have gone into the farmer-producer organization development and nurturing. On our own, we have done about 7,000 FPOs in the country, formation and nurturing, and now we are going for their acceleration. So some of the acceleration program we are doing, one is in Maharashtra, running program, another is in Karnataka. So through these programs, we are trying to take these organizations to a next level. Because the members who are associated with these organizations, they are very small and marginal farmers who are interested to do regenerative things, but they are fighting for their survival. So now there is always we have to strike a very fine balance how to meet their emerging requirements. For the need, immediate need of the any small and marginal people will be to meet their immediate requirement, whether it's a livelihood requirement, whether it is their emergent health needs. And at the same time, if we ask them to go for sustainable practices, then it is a challenge for them. So organizations like us, researchers like you, your findings, so I think all of us have to take a collaborative approach to meet this. Now, one of the other things that we have done is that we have set up various subsidiaries. Some are 7 subsidiaries we have, some are subsidiaries which provide consultancy services, some are the subsidiaries which provide financial accommodation. Now, when we are preaching that these things are workable, they need resources. And we find that the commercial banking system and other banks, they don't find, they are a little hesitant in financing such of the initiative. So through our subsidiaries, we are financing these interventions. So there is an ecosystem approach that within the organization we have taken. So I think, I hope that these 5 days conference will try to bring some of the actions, I think, for institutions like us and for other institutions. So I think in a very refined manner, 1, 2, 3, that these are the things which are possible at the ground level, so that we get some clues from you learned people, and we take these initiatives forward. Now, one more important thing that I would like to tell is that we have now recently set up a Center of Excellence in NABARD for taking these innovations to the field. Now, you must be aware that there is a Rural Technology Centers, RSBCs, now we have set up. So through these centers at the ground level, whatever technologies are available in the country, whether they are through XIM or IITs or ICRE institutions, but these technologies are available, but then how to take them to the people through the social capital that we have created, that is always a challenge. So now we are trying through this experiment that whether this is possible. So we will have the network of cooperatives, network of farmer-producer organizations, self-help groups. So through these organizations, we are trying to experiment that these are the available technologies, whether these are workable. So we are also committing some of the resources from our side, then from the Prime Minister's Office Principal Scientific Advisor. So we are collaborating with them to take these. So I think this will provide a platform where these things can be taken to the field. So I do hope that we'll have a lot of leads, lot of discussions on these issues during this conference, and I wish all the best for this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable perspectives. They add great depth to all the discussions that we will have in the subsequent sessions. To conclude the inaugural session, I request Father Anthony Raj, SJ, Registrar, ICRE University, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Samrita. Respected dignitaries on the dais and respected dignitaries of the dais, good morning. On behalf of ICRE University and the organizing committee of the 4th International Conference on Regenerative Ecosystems, it is my honor and joyful duty now to propose the vote of thanks. First and foremost, we thank that supreme power that generates, that regenerates, the power that has brought all of us together at this venue at this point of time in our life. We extend our deep gratitude to our guest of honor, Dr. Ajay Kumar Sood, Deputy Managing Director, NABARD, for this inaugural address, which has set the tone for our reflections, possibly the end product, the outcome that we look for. He stressed on the action research, and he wants workable, actionable points at the end of this conference. Coming from the developmental finance institution, which follows the ecosystems approach for development, he has set the goal for us. Thank you, sir, for challenging us to move from ideas to transformative action. We are grateful to Dr. Father K.S. Casimir, SJ, Vice Chancellor, for welcoming all of us into ICRE University, which stands for Regenerativeness. He led us into reflection from sustainability to go beyond sustainability to regeneration and flourishing. Thank you, Dr. Amar K.J.R. Nayak, the pioneer, the convener of ICRE 2025, for mapping this entire conference to each one of us. I have followed ICRE from its nascent stage, 2015, 16, and from the first international conference, which in fact began with a big bang, 2018. And we are at the 4th international conference. Thank you for your courage and the way you have sustained this movement for each one of us. Thank you, Dr. Biswaswarup Mishra, Professor Dean, Xavier Institute of Management, ICRE University. You mapped the entire complex interrelated subsystems which are interdependent, and you also asked us to come out with actionable points. Esteemed Vice Chancellors, keynote speakers, panelists, representatives from the 8 organizations part of the consortium and the 6 collaborative agencies, faculty colleagues, thank you for your presence and your participation. We also thank especially our partners, our sponsors, collaborating institutions from India and abroad, whose support has made this global gathering possible. Thank you, all delegates, paper presenters, participants, researchers, practitioners, students, especially the doctoral students from XIM University, who are also volunteering in this ICRE to make this conference, international conference, a huge success. Finally, we thank the media and all friends of XIM University who help carry the message of this conference beyond our campus so that our ideas, frameworks, and our action projects emerging here can influence communities, habitats, and policies well after these days are over. Thank you once again to each one of you. With gratitude and hope, we look forward to rich deliberations in the remaining days, new collaborations, and concrete regenerative initiatives that will flow from this international conference. God bless us all.
Thank you, Father, for your gracious words. May I now request Father VC to please present Dr. Sood with the memento as a token of appreciation. Thank you. I'm sure everyone here is very energized and we can't wait for our first plenary session. So with this, we'll begin our first plenary session. I request the dignitaries. We'll break for a short 5-minute break. Thank you. Yesterday, Sir Amar had taken us for a field visit, and some of us were very fortunate to have a visit to the farm. So I would request everyone at the audience, or some of you, to please share your experience, something that resonated with you, surprised you, and something which gives you the idea of regenerativeness. Could we please hear it, ma'am?
Yeah, it was wonderful. I've been there 3 years ago before, and to see what's happened just in that short span of 3 years. Just wonderful to see that regeneration within the midst of the city. So fantastic.
I was impressed that with the when the weeds come up, he said the weeding is very expensive, as it is in America. To have somebody do it for you, and doing it yourself takes so much time, and that they just dug up the weeds when they were young, and then that kept them from going deep. So I just kind of like the analogy of pulling the bad weeds out of our lives. And sometimes when I'm weeding, I think about people, and sometimes they're difficult and they're really hard to get to change, So, but let's change them when they're young.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think, sure.
I think by feeding the microbes, the regenerative automatically takes place. That's what my understanding yesterday, where we are very a lack of it, where we have to concentrate more on it.
Thank you so much. Now, without further ado, we shall get to our first plenary session. So what an apt beginning for our session. So, ecological physical balance that underpins regenerativeness, a balance without which no ecosystem can truly flourish. Guided by the all-interacting, evolving system science framework, we understand that regenerativeness is not a single intervention, but the outcome of harmonious interaction among energy flows, carbon cycles, biotic-abiotic diversity, and the proportionality of life, matter, and physical spaces within an ecosystem. We are pleased to have with us such a visionary panel. May I now invite the chair and discussant, Dr. Ravindra, the former director of the Institute of Life Science, Bhubaneswar, a leading figure in microbiology and life science systems. His work highlights how biological systems respond to imbalance and how regenerative principles can strengthen public health ecosystems. To not forget, ILS's rise to excellence and diverse fields reflects the lasting contribution of Dr. Ravi. Thank you, sir. Our first distinguished speaker is Professor Alexander Laszlo, President of Butterfree Center for Study of System Science. Sir is globally respected scholar in system science, evolutionary leadership, and system innovation, working extensively how complex systems evolve and regenerate. Apart from academics, Sir also holds 7-degree black belt in traditional Taekwondo. We have Dr. Peter Rozek, SJ, our next speaker, Director of Integral Ecology Research Network at the Campaign Hall, University of Oxford. His work bridges integral ecology, ethical environmental stewardship, and regenerative strategies, particularly in fragile ecosystems across Global South. Dr. Rozek and Laszlo will be joining us online. We welcome Dr. Ajit Patnaik, Senior Consultant with the World Bank, renowned for his leadership in wetland restoration, coastal ecosystem management and biodiversity. He played a pivotal role in globally acclaimed restoration of Chilka Lake, a model of ecological balance in practice. We are delighted to welcome Mr. Ajit Patnaik. It is my honor to introduce Professor Jayant Kumar. His expertise lies in disaster risk management, regional planning, and ecological resilience, with deep insights into how physical and ecological systems interact under stress. Please welcome Professor Jayant Kumar. I now request Dr. Ravi to please take in charge of the session.
Thanks very much. Surprisingly, about 3 months ago, when Amar wanted me to chair this session and to be a moderator, I was a bit surprised. Partly because I thought, how do I fit in? Essentially, a medical microbiologist who has been spending time on things which have very little to do with regenerativeness, I thought I am such an outlier. But then, as I got into it even more, I just realized I am more mainstream than many people in the audience. Partly because everything in ecology and everything in ecosystem is essentially driven by the microbes. So much so, today we understand that every life form is influenced by the microbe that you see all across the planet. And that realization, I thought, is probably something where I could possibly get in here and then moderate this session. We have 4 distinguished speakers. One of them will come online, the first one that she introduced. Then we'll have 2 of the other speakers who will be in person, and we will wind up at the end with one online. It's a recorded one because he's in Argentina. It's almost the middle of the night. So it's difficult for him to come online, but then we have a recorded video of him. So we'll have all 4, and at the end of it, I'll come back for wrapping up the session and also summarizing more in terms of philosophical one, particularly the video of the last speaker, which I happened to watch this morning. I realized much of it is more philosophy than science. That's the way he puts it, and that's the best way to wrap it up. Thanks very much, and we'll get started with the first session. He's already online. Professor Peter Rozek. After he's done with that, originally we had a video of him, but then he has been kind enough to join us online. I understand it is very early morning for you, but nonetheless, you look very fresh. Thanks very much for joining us, and it'll be very nice if you can stay till the end of the session so that we can have interactive questions and answers as we go along. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and I hope you can hear me well. It is really a pleasure to be with you from Oxford, and I'm sorry to miss your hospitality. I really wish I could be there with you. We are still about 3 hours away from the sunrise here in Oxford. The background behind me is southern English coast, where I often go for some retreats. There are quite some biodiversity hotspots there, and I would like to bring that sun also to you, although I can imagine that where you are now, it's much warmer than here, the wintry Oxford. In this talk, and please allow me to share the presentation. I hope we can now see the slides. I will sketch how we at the Integral Ecology Research Network inside the Laudato Si Research Institute at Campion Hall, University of Oxford, are trying to treat integral ecology as a regenerative strategy. I'll focus on agroecology in Africa, on some of the faith-based partners we work with, and on how we are trying to link practice, light evidence, and policy in one coherent ecosystem. You'll also hear an echo of Amar's framing that we have received and you have in this conference. I will not explain it to Amar, he knows, but I will happily borrow from it. So let me begin with a simple frame. In Laudato Si, the encyclical that Pope Francis published in 2015, we hear of the language of integral ecology. He is not proposing another sub-discipline of biology. He points to three interconnected relationships that define our lives. A relationship with God or divine, a relationship with our neighbor, and with the land and wider creation on which we all depend, and all depends. When these three are damaged, we get what we see today: social fracture, ecological decline, and a culture that treats both people and land as disposable. Agriculture sits right at that junction. It is about how we feed our neighbors, how we inhabit land and water, and for those of us in faith traditions, how we honor the Creator in the way we treat soil and seed. It is also where a lot of damage happens. A large share of greenhouse gas emissions are food system related. Agriculture uses most fresh water withdrawals, and yet hundreds of millions remain food insecure. So if we are serious about regenerative ecosystems, we have to be serious about agriculture. My colleague Matthew Whelan has been working on what we call integral agroecology. So moving from integral ecology to integral agroecology. He asks, if we take God, neighbor, and land seriously, what should farming look like? Agroecology already works with ecological processes and farmer knowledge. Integral agroecology widens that horizon. It says this is not only about ecological function, it's about justice, it's about formation, and it's in our Christian frame, it's also about love of God and neighbor. We have a small research group called Loving Our Land and Neighbor, we call it LOLN, in which Matthew, that I mentioned, he has just published a book at Cambridge University Press on integral agroecology, as well as Norman Wirzba, Jenny Howell, Austin Ivory, and others. We convene, and sometimes we summarize it exactly like that: loving our land and neighbor. The underlying idea is that love has an ecology. You cannot love your neighbor while degrading the soil and water their life depends on. And you cannot love creation while entrenching poverty. So integral agroecology is our attempt to take that logic seriously and translate it into practice and policy. To make this concrete, I want to draw on two Jesuit stories. You will forget the Jesuit in the room, like self-promotion. Jesuit stories that a friend and entrepreneur at Oxford, Adam Parr, has explored in depth. The first is Matteo Ricci. in late Ming China. Ricci does something quite simple and quite radical. He chooses partnership. Rather than arriving as a distant teacher, he learns the language, studies local science, and slowly co-designs a way of being present that is credible in that context of crisis. Centuries later in Madagascar, Henri de Laulanier does something strikingly similar. A French Jesuit who moves there, working side by side with farmers, he experiments with spacing, water management, and seedling care. Out of those quiet, practical experiments emerges what we now call the system of rice intensification, SRI, which increases yields while using less water and fewer external inputs. In many trials, farmers have seen yield gains of 20 to 100% with reduced water use and halving or actually doubling CO2 retention in the water and soil. So you see the pattern, small, local, transdisciplinary innovations that arise in partnership and then reshape systems. Laulanier's work is a model of faith-based regenerative agriculture, a kind of a Jesuit, an early Jesuit living lab. So what is CERN trying to do inside that lineage? We are a small network here at the Laudato Si Research Institute in Oxford. In agroecology, we use 3 moves, which Amar might call diagnosis to action. First is locally led practice. We help centers design small pilots on the land, not parachute projects. We ask, what can you do in the next 90 days with what you already have? Second is light measurement. Farmer record books, short before-after notes, basic soil and biodiversity indicators, enough for decision-grade evidence, not necessarily a PhD. And third, translation into formation as well as policy, modules for students, materials for Jesuit formation houses, short briefs for dioceses, provinces, and where possible, ministries and climate processes. So when practice, measurement, and policy stay aligned, integral ecology becomes a regenerative strategy, not just a concept. Let me offer 3 brief snapshots. One is a Kasisi Center in Zambia, a long-standing agroecology center. The Jesuit Worldwide Learning, or JWL, runs a certificate there. Together we explore immersion visits for Jesuits information, better outcome measurement, especially soils and livelihoods, and linking evidence to national food system debates. And this is very condensed. I could just speak a lot about this wonderful center in Zambia. The second one is in Malawi. They run eco-villages, seed banks, tree nurseries, and farmer field schools, even a traveling caravan. Our shared goal is to integrate SRI, so systems of rice intensification, into several field schools, begin light impact monitoring, and strengthen links to Malawi's SDG and climate work. A third example is our partner institution in Uganda called Bethany Land Institute. It's a 400-acre land institute integrating agroecology, livelihoods, and formation. We collaborate with BLI and FAO in Rome to map faith-based agroecology actors and to test what FAO calls Tape Plus tool, asking how one center can inform dioceses across a region. Around these hubs, we are speaking with partners in Zimbabwe, Nigeria, and South Sudan, small islands of regeneration that could, in a Mars image, become an archipelago. This work is technical, but it's also about community. When we gather theologians in our group called Loving Our Land and Neighbor, practitioners, and policy people from a number of universities across different continents, what we see there is that we want to formulate integral agroecology, and then from there, as we actually have done it now, see where mapping work begins with large organizations such as FAO for quite a systemic impact. We then run an integral ecology summer school here in Oxford. Last year we had about 40 applications, currently just for Jesuits information, and we could only take 12. And participants spent time here in Campion Hall, as well as time on a regenerative farm. And I'm so glad that you two went on a farm yesterday. I think we can no longer make conferences without going to a farm, without having our feet on a farm. And then the participants, they designed small practice-led projects, from parish gardens to fisheries. They documented them, and some are now becoming published case notes in scientific journals, other publications. And Amar joined us online to speak about strategy in India, which was wonderful. We are just renewing so-called down-to-earth dialogues. So next week, December 11, I kindly invite you. We pilot a session titled Strategy and Mission Under Ecological Crisis. And we will be looking again at Ricci and Lola Nie and today. A scientist, Adam Parr, will set the scene, and we have wonderful co-hosts, Jesuit respondents from China and Africa, and others, and including other continents in the series that we hope then to continue in February. And we already have hundreds of registrations. So the desire is strong. Our task is to turn it into practice. A little bit more about the prize we named after Lola Nie, from this same ecosystem. This prize recognizes student projects that bring practice, evidence, and formation together. Let's say a small agroecology or SRI project documented in a short policy brief, ideally linked to teaching or policy. There will also be a best paper prize for scholarly work on integral ecology and agroecology. And the key point for you and this audience is students at Xavier Institute of Management and across the network of the conference participants and beyond. I would like to explicitly invite you. A class assignment or practicum can become a prize submission and then a wider case study. And around this prize, we are building a wider ecology of dialogues and events. Another conference in Zurich, some of which I see you there have participated in the past. We have been to COPs just recently at COP30 in Belém with other partners, including Boston College and Caritas and indigenous partners. For us, it's very important to bring indigenous and marginalized voices to the center of decision-making processes. These remain modest, but real channels linking field, classroom, and policy. So it's, in a sense, a simple framework that sits, I hope, comfortably with the IESS system lens. 4 parts, 1 loop. Practice raises questions. Light measurement clarifies what is happening. Formation interprets it. And then policy responds. And then practice adapts again. In these 4 sit apart, nothing scales. If they circulate, regeneration becomes possible, and sometimes surprisingly quick. And I have an invitation for you, closing by returning to the question we are using in the down-to-earth dialogues and offering it to you as a practical exercise, if I may. The question is very simple for you. What can you do in the next 90 days with what you already have that you're not yet doing? This might mean, for example, identifying one piece of land or one partnership that you can influence, a campus plot, a parish compound, a partner village, a training farm, or at least a pot in your room or your office. Choosing one small ecological step that is realistically possible within 90 days. A pilot plot, a farmer field school session, a compost or water harvesting initiative, a student research partnership. And then deciding how you will document it. Perhaps as a student project brief, a short video, or a 2-page note that can feed into teaching, the Lolani Prize I mentioned, or the future track of the conference that you're so wonderfully putting together. Our experience so far is that when institutions ask that kind of question, quietly, seriously, and in partnership, regenerative ecosystems stop being an abstract aspiration and start becoming visible in the ground beneath our feet. Thank you. I look forward to the discussion, and I hope we can work together so that the next time we meet, we will have many more shared stories of land, neighbors, and hope to bring. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We can take up enough questions. We have been on schedule in terms of time, almost from the very beginning at 9 o'clock today. Questions? Well, let me get the ball rolling. Peter, the 3 case studies that you talked about, one in Zambia, one in Malawi, and in Sudan, was there a comparison of integrated ecology versus the conventional way the agriculture was done to show that there is something far better and there is a quantifiable difference between the way the integral ecology procedure was followed in Malawi or in Sudan versus what they were otherwise doing, the native practice?
Yes, thank you for the question. So let me speak briefly about the cases. The one in Zambia, the Kasisi Center was also started by Jesuits who really wanted to work on land. And what is integral about that agroecology is also, it's not just about the land, which is necessary, but there are formation projects. There are retreats offer. Children are being educated, there is food production, and there is a lot of care put into the soil. Just around, and this is just north of Lusaka, the capital, you have some bigger agricultural industries. And if you look on the map, if you just Google it, Kasisi Center, you will see the difference in terms of biodiversity. And I think that's a measurable sign of agriculture versus big agricultural industry, and I think it's an important example. The one, so not in South Sudan, in Uganda, it's fascinating how they have grown and then how they have convinced local institutions such as bishops to donate them more land. And then what you have is they have a Lazarus forest among, big vegetable gardens and farming and a school which has also financial outputs now. And they form young people there as well from local communities. As they added land and almost destroyed forests, they resurrected the forest. They call it Lazarus forest. And now you have more rain in that region. It's really all connected, and that's again part of integral agroecology. There is a question about our attitude towards others, towards land, and towards the divine. and then something similar in Malawi. So there is quite some evidence. And now we are looking for more. In fact, one of our first steps is just to map these different faith-based initiatives. Now, I have talked mostly about these Jesuit projects, but if you look at other Catholic projects, I think the best examples come from nuns. I think the women religious in the church are some of the best examples of how to love the land and work with it so that communities can thrive.
I understand the passion for agriculture is something that has always been there amongst people who have been associated with farming in all the cultures across the board. But the more specific question I was trying to ask is, were there any quantifiable or quantified parameters to show that this has an advantage over what they were otherwise doing? There is clearly an emotional part of it to get them integrated in the activity, but for a potential naysayer, what is it that you can show them that the advantage of the integral ecology that was followed? Is there anything that one can argue other than the emotional side of it?
So we work with an initiative called Downforce Trust Technologies, with which we scan through satellites the land used by these communities. So, for example, we can have data on biodiversity that is quite accurate. Now, of course, the bigger the land, the easier it is to measure.
Sure.
Another desire we have is then to scan lands of the alumni of these projects to see, what is the spread effect that we have on our students. So we can measure, for example, CO2 retention.
Yeah,
when I mentioned the systems of
nice. Yeah, particularly
we see concretely how much CO2 is being retained. We see the quality of the soil.
Right.
We see, so there are other indicators, and happy to share those as well at some point.
There is scope to do, because one of the things why I'm asking this question is what Amar is trying to do here. Analysis of the soil in an adjoining field versus the one that is being done by them, trying to understand the microbes in the soil in both the places, apart from the output that you see obviously, just to say that these are the micro level changes that one can measure, one does change as a consequence of integral ecology.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what. Are there more questions? Yes, I do see 1, 2. Can we have the microphone, please, to him? I'll come back to you in a minute. If you can please identify yourself.
Yes, thank you very much, Peter, for a very interesting talk. My name's Ray Eisen. I'm Emeritus Professor of Systems at Open University in the UK. My question concerns actually your practices. If you put the practitioner in what it is that you're doing and imagine yourself as a choreographer creating context-based, rather self-organizing performances, what's the script you would write for the enactment of your choreographies? How do those choreographies get put into practice in context-sensitive ways? What are the skills of the choreographer that are needed, and what work do you have to do in the local context to clear the institutional infrastructure that may prevent the choreographies self-organizing?
Shall I answer it immediately?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Ray, if I understood well. I'm sorry, the connection is sometimes a bit choppy, so I didn't hear the entire question, but I did hear the word choreography quite well, and then how to...
He said it twice or thrice, yes.
In the past I used to dance, and I like the image of choreography quite a bit. So there are a few ways, and as a choreographer, you can have a big vision, And you see then how, the performance will evolve with different actors. And of course, the more the actors, the more complex it is. And a lot of synchronicity is needed and a lot of training. The other one is not the grand vision, but it's simply starting to dance. And as you start dancing with others, I think the first step really is to listen. I think that's the basic premise of integral agroecology. We need to listen to what Pope Francis called the cry of the poor and the cry of the earth. In more scientific sense, that means data. We need to gather data so that we can understand these processes. And I think by listening to people and then to the proxies we have that are always limited in terms of data, it makes us humble. So we don't necessarily come with a big vision that is agricultural for a specific land, but it always starts as co-creation. So I don't have, a detailed answer to the specific choreographies, but it has to start with the partners on land. It's always about partnership. And any partnership, especially if we go through a eco transition or what we call ecological conversion, has to start with listening, because that enables trust. And I think once we have trust, especially of those that have been marginalized, then we can perform wonderful dances and wonderful choreographies. I'm sorry this answer has been a bit general, but that's my first approach. I always go, and I think we have to go always with the energy that is there. And I think using the soul that is with whatever you have there, that will be my basic approach to it. And then we will co-design the dance.
Thank you. There's another question here. Yeah.
Hi, Peter. I am Adriana Flores from Universidad Iberoamericana in Mexico. How do you connect all these small practices, trying to recover the soil, measuring the carbon in the trees, in the soil, in the atmosphere, getting better practices on agriculture, in agriculture that yesterday we learned. How do you connect all these practices? Because they are not just a simple practice. I think you are trying to invite us to connect these small practices to a bigger frame. So what is the return in that? Not just trying to care about land, about Mother Earth, but how do we connect with all the rest of the spiritual meaning, I guess, because people is not just trying to get better practices in producing rice or corn. We are trying to connect this practice to a broader thing. So this returning, going and coming to the small scale, to the bigger scale thing, in your experience, these groups, these communities, how are they doing that? And please share a little bit more. Thank you.
Adriana, wonderful to meet you. I hear you're from Iberoamericana in Mexico City. I will give you one example that is also a Jesuit example, not from Africa, but from your neighborhood in Chiapas, called the Bachajon Mission. You may have been there. I was there last year and I was so convinced why integral agroecology, as we understand it, works. First, we built communities. As we build communities, we rely on data that is there. How the cooperative that then emerged from this Bachajon mission started was through a Jesuit PhD that went there in very humble conditions, lived with them, gathered data, and started organizing a community around a spiritual tradition that was shared. These are among the poorest in Chiapas, among the poorest in Mexico. Their income is very low, and they depended heavily on so-called, you would know them, coyotes. So these are the middlemen that would sell the coffee these poor farmers produced. What happened in Bachajon is the emergence of churches, of communities, and then of cooperatives. And this cooperative started with coffee, and coffee was then sold through the cooperative with prices that secured better living standards for the members, and then was, for example, shared not just to the wider markets, but to, as you mentioned, how do we connect practices to other communities, such as Iberoamericana in Mexico City. Now we have the Sapeltic coffee, right? Capeltic on your campus. There is one now at Santa Clara in the United States and elsewhere. Tons of this coffee are sold across Mexico, the United States, and elsewhere. They have attracted donors from abroad, including Japan. And now it's not just about coffee. There's textile production. There is a group of women leaders, about 70 of them, that provide education for the communities, their own communities, for the children. There is, I think, so much going on. I think it's one of the best examples I have seen in terms of interconnectedness of things, of people, of livelihoods, of economic input and output, of spirituality. And thank you for the question. Yeah, I think it's one of the, for me, it's one of the prime examples.
Thanks very much, Peter. If I don't see any further questions, please stay on as long as you can for the session and the further sessions to come. In some ways, it's a bit strange because for those of us who grew up studying biology in the 60s and the 70s, ecology was not even considered a mainstream subject. About 40 years ago, the Indians of Science Bangalore, one of the leading science institutions, which is about 120 years old, were the first to start a Center for Ecological Sciences. And when there was a proposal to start the Center for Ecological Sciences, the Academic Council spent about 3 years discussing and debating whether or not ecology is a science. So in that sense, in about 40 years' time, we have come a very long way. What used to be called a field-based science, not necessarily mainstream the way the science looked at itself at those days, at least 40 years ago, which is not the case about 2 centuries ago. It was all just the same. But that's the way it has been. But I do see the science of ecology growing significantly and more so in an integral manner. This is just the beginning. As I see, the number of people attending an international conference of this kind is so small, it tells you much more what Amar was talking about, the Scopus search that he did. It is not surprising that the numbers are small, and it is also not surprising the numbers is growing, and it will grow. It's got to grow because this is going to be absolute mainstream in the years to come for all branches of science, not just biological sciences. So with this, we'll move on to the next speaker. We have Dr. Ajit Patnaik. He was kind of a bureaucrat of some kind, but then he actually got into serious field-based science and as a Forest Service officer. And he has done significant work in, as he was introduced in the beginning, in Chilka development, one of the largest water bodies that you see. He has also been involved in many other activities, and what he has, I've had a long chat with him with the presentation that he has of watershed management of a specific case study, and that's an interesting one. It will be nice to hear from him directly and then to spend time with him because he's available in person. Ajit?
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, and esteemed delegates, participants, and dear students. As I've been introduced, I'm a practitioner. I've left behind my bureaucracy, right? And my association with AIESS is very interesting. I don't know how Professor Ramar discovered me. I'm a hardcore practitioner. So most of the thing what I'll be presenting today is in retrospect, right? I did something, then I tried to put it in the jacket of AIESS, then I found that, they fall in line. So let's see how it happens. Can somebody put my presentation, please, so that we can go ahead? So this is a case of, all right, a micro seed which was a little bit departure from the traditional, yes. You know, the micro seed which happens as a programmatic, like you treat some acreage or hectareage, then you know, kind of they do some monitoring, but it's never, you know, kind of in real term participatory, though it is, you know, kind of said that it's participatory because, okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much, yeah. So to set the context, I think let's go to the next slide, I think. Okay. It's not moving. Okay, right. To set the context, this is a, you know, this is the first pilot micro seed led by Chelika Development Authority. Chelika Development Authority is a it's a registered society. The authority is a bit misnomer. That was created for restoration of one of the largest lagoon of Asiatic subcontinent, where it is a Ramsar site and was in severe degraded condition. So we started to look at one of the cause of degradation is the, you know, the lot of sediment flowing into the lake, and along with that, it was creating a lot of problem because these fertilizer runoff and other chemical residues from the agriculture. So it was creating a lot of problem for the lake. So we thought, why not we start with something. So one of the most degraded micro watershed was identified, and we piloted how best, you know, kind of in a participatory mode, we can do something differently. So the biophysical challenges were that this particular landscape had severe water scarcity, and the barren hillocks and severe soil erosion that I have mentioned, and there was frequent crop failure, which is really, you know, kind of put the community who depend on this micro watershed, they were hard hit. And also there was a lot of, it has got a, you know, kind of reflection in the socioeconomic vulnerabilities. 85% of households, they live below the poverty line in that, I mean, this is the initial baseline. Then 90% small and marginal farmers depend on fragile rain-fed agriculture because that was the only livelihood means. And 60% male, the out migration was so frequent. I think 60% used to migrate out of the village in search of livelihood. Then there was recurring social conflict and instability. I think there's a lot of disturbance. Though only 3 villages, but 3 villages were fighting with each other. And the conflict history is, it's almost 17 years inter-village conflict driven by resource depletion and competition over land and water, and it led to very, you know, kind of unfortunate happening, like there's few murders or the, I mean, mahems. So the villages were, you know, kind of the animosity was growing from day to day. And the ecological significance, as I have already mentioned, this forms a part of the catchment of Chelika Lake, and which was in a pretty degraded condition by then. And the strategic importance is that it served as a demonstration site, integrating watershed management with participatory governance, livelihood security, and conflict resolution. We'll see how it has happened through the, I'll just walk you through the, right. So you can see the landscape. It was, the initials is hardly there was anything on it. All the trees has been cut and sold as a, for the livelihood. Then you can see the, you know, it is all skeletal, highly eroded, you know, kind of the erosion in action, and which was ecological distress rather. And you can see the panoramic view of a silent landscape with past, unproductive, and awaiting renewal, right? So the purpose of the initiative was we tried to regenerate the micro hydrological cycle through soil hydration. I think that was the key of this entire initiative, where we tried to hydrate the soil and see how it kind of reacts to it, then to increase the infiltration, catchment level intervention led by the communities. I think we always put the communities in the forefront. It was never kind of done by any external agency. Simply we facilitate the process, ensuring a long-term water security. That was the objective. Then revive the traditional water system. So a lot of this traditional water conservation system was there, but which people have lost faith on it, and that was the real kind of problem, right? Then how empowering the communities by strengthening the local institution and embedding the participatory watershed governance as a model for inclusive decision making. Then we tried to rebuild the social cohesion, because it never, and without looking at the social aspect, it never happens in a vacuum. To unlock the collective strength, enabling the communities to adapt, recover, and thrive together, while reducing the conflict and fostering peace, because it was totally disturbed socially. Then align with the global sustainability goal. Of course, we tried to think of these SDGs as well as the ecosystem-based adaptation principle and nature-based solution. I mean, the hydration, soil hydration is a nature-based solution. And we adopted very simple methodology. One is the participatory planning, PRA. We use PRA, which was blended with the some of the science, like the soil land capability assessment, hydrological surveys, and biodiversity profiling. I think this was done again in a participatory mode to ensure the evidence-based micro-watershed design, blending scientific rigor, community stewardship, this is important, and time-honored indigenous knowledge system. At the same time, we also tried to make it as inclusive and accountable watershed governance, establishing a micro-watershed association. This is the institution which was registered as a under the Society Registration Act, so that they can pull together different resources because they become eligible once they do it from NABARD and other such institutions. Then community-owned institution responsible for planning, decision-making, and resource management. At the same time, the conflict resolution and how it happened, I think we'll see in in the next slides. And equitable benefit sharing. I think this is very important for transparency and sustainability, thereby embedding transparency and the accountability, and revival of the traditional water wisdom. I think we try to rekindle it by facilitating so that the indigenous rainwater harvesting system, enhancing the aquifer recharge and the soil moisture retention, which would lead to the climate resilient water security while valorizing local ecological knowledge. I think this, again, very important for sustainability. So we also tried to do the livelihood integration and resilience building by linking watershed restoration with the sustainable agriculture, forestry, and diversified income opportunity to reduce the migration pressure and strengthen the food security and build adaptive capacity to climate change. And at the same time, what was important was the participatory monitoring. I think very simple technique, like we thought if they can measure the water level rise in the wells, village wells, by using some very simple techniques, and to track the ecological regeneration and social cohesion and livelihood outcome. So these are some of the kind of initial stage when the foundation was laid for participatory watershed governance. This is the initial meetings, of course. It took long time. I think a lot of a number of time we visited. Then kind of initially they used to sit in, though these are 3 small tiny villages in a micro watershed, because a lot of animosity was there. They won't sit together. They will sit in small circle, right? So once what happened, it rained. So they have to run into one, kind of school building was there. So they said, okay, from that day, they said, okay, that is the transformation. From next, they tried, even the women who are not allowed to participate in the meeting. They said that in our system, the women never take, in the decision-making process, women are not, kind of allowed. But you will see how the women really, kind of took a lead. So these are some of the very basic, like using the A-frame for mapping the contour. So these hands-ons were very important, I think, to do the capacity development and for the replication. So these are some of the grassroots engineering. You can see very simple, I think, stabilizing the slopes with traditional gully plugging. You saw the degraded, kind of land. Now they've done something. So these are some of the mosaic of measures by communities to hold water, heal soil, and regenerate the ecosystem and sustain life. So you can see here that this is again spontaneous. I think a lot of the community initiative came. So this is a rainwater harvesting they are making collectively through kind of using their own resources and their initiative. So so what happened? These are some of the hydrological and ecological outcomes. One is a significant reduction in surface runoff and enhance the infiltration capacities across the catchment zones. So improving the water retention and reducing the erosion. And the groundwater recharge was substantially increased, I think, which was kind of the signature they found from the dug wells and the pond, where and also it acted as a crop insurance against the drought. Earlier, out of the 10 years, 8 years used to be a partial or complete crop failure. Now, even if there is no rain for 15 days or 20 days, they found that the crop are at least secured. So this acted like a insurance against the drought. Wells and tanks retained water longer. The core value of this particular watershed is, because watershed program in India is pretty, it has got a long history. So when we tried to do it differently, we had never thought of this, regenerativeness or, but as we saw when we tried to put it in the prospect, then we found that kind of the basic thing is the ownership, I think, which led to the sustainability. So, right, I think now we can do whatever the capacity building was done earlier was we tried to do it in a very insanely simple manner, so that kind of the community can digest it and they can adopt it, right? But now we find that there are some methodology and there are some technology which, particularly for the monitoring and I think we would have certainly adopted certain kind of good tools which are available now. And for the micro watershed which are being treated by the Chilika Development Authority, they are using it. I think participatory monitoring they are doing from the satellite imagery from the day one. They show them one imagery and they say that how it is change analysis is happening in a very simple way. I think that is appreciated by the community, so that they even now they are doing the MRB to see how much carbon sequestration is happening. And we're trying to see if that can be carbon credit could go to them for this conservation.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
When you did, the carbon credit concept did not exist, but then today you have. Since you talked about the carbon credit, because the level of increase in the water body would obviously have increased the seaweed. And seaweed, fortunately, unfortunately not known, but fortunately we have figured it out, the carbon capture is about 10 times more than the terrestrial plants. So the ability of absorbing carbon is so efficient only with what we think is under the water, the weeds. So this is one of the reasons why today a lot of agriculture is going into the sea, partly because of economic reasons and partly because of climate reasons. The level of carbon capture that you can achieve with the seaweed is almost a log order more than what you see in the terrestrial plants. That's something that we are taught all the time about the utility of plants versus the carbon capture. So the very fact that so much water body increased would have obviously increased the seaweed in the whole area. Are there questions from the audience? We have time. Yes, please. Yeah, there's one right there.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Really, this two presentation we had, the earlier by Peter and now by Peter Patnaik, was really very interesting. Now we have really entered into the regenerative system in the beginning of this plenary. So just to take the what our chairman told. Yeah, myself, Dr. P.K. Misra, I was the former director of Indian Institute of Soil and Water Conservation at Dehradun. So now working for Agragami, just voluntarily, it's not payment. So anyway, I am having the presentation on the similar topic as Patnaik told later. So it's really the, I think Peter may be there in Oxford now, in his place. So I'm just telling a very interesting thing. As he was connecting this practice, evidence and policy for ecology, and now you are seeing in a more diversified manner this watershed management what we are seeing now near Chilka some years back. So both are connected, and if you see the scale effect, we are seeing what Peter was telling, it has already been done at some places, and we are seeing the ecological benefit. And coming to Chairman's remark now, is really very interesting regarding this carbon credit. So this is a virtual market. Anyway, we are talking about that, but once it comes to reality, then you will see there is a changes in ecological dimensions and the type of interventions we'll do. People will come forward for doing this services for ecology rather than government pushing it. Because why I am telling this one, now this carbon market is fluctuating a lot. Now it is the lowest after this US has made some games and all. It is maybe around $5 or so, it is in the voluntary market. But still the problem is we have not formalized it to come to the pocket of the farmer or for the person. So still it is in the virtual. We will only talking about carbon market. So once that becomes reality, then we all will look towards ecology. Even the farmer will come to us, sir, what I should do so that I can get some money for the carbon. So that will really drive. So let us see how we can do it in the reality rather than talking for last so many years. In few years it should come. And in India it is so much bureaucratic system is there. It is again still difficult because I am trying to register something for carbon credit. It is not possible. It is very difficult. And if you go to green credit, it comes to forest department. So as an individual, I cannot do it. So I am always telling the farmers, wherever working in the tribal areas, we are talking the farmers, this is a place where you can get money, but I am not in a position to give money to him. Okay, I cannot guide him. Okay, so if in this forum, as Professor Naik is here, I am finding it is the right forum to take it further, how we monetize this and get the revenue to the farmers. And this both are so interesting that it is source based. Now he wanted to save Chilka Lake, and he showed that Chilka Lake has saved, and the money he has spent in watershed management is connected to that. So whatever work we do for nature, we have to connect to the source and sing. So that I think really very nice. Thank you very much, both the speakers.
Thank you. So another curious question. About 20 years ago this was done. has it been replicated elsewhere at this scale? Anywhere that you can think of?
Right. Of course, I think in the Chalika catchment, this has been, replicated. As I mentioned, 10. Now it is might be number would be more.
I'm talking about the rest of the country.
Some of the key, kind of learnings that of course, I think many, not only from India but from abroad, people have visited these pilots, and there are at least 6 such states where similar kind of intervention
That's good
is
to know,
happening.
because the whole idea is to replicate this as much as possible and how many more as possible in the shortest possible time that we have. Okay, lovely. Thank you. Do I see any? Please. We just have time for one more question, certainly.
Thank you very much. That was quite remarkable. My name is Gary Smith. I'm from Airbus Defence and Space. I'm a systems engineer. I'm also past president for the International Society for System Sciences. My question really is coming back to the practicality. I'm really interested in the timeline. How long did the endeavour take, and how much effort was provided in terms of coaching and support? I think that would be really interesting to know.
This is a wonderful question again. I would say that this, the first pilot when we did, it is not only that the land was in a pretty degraded condition, even the social degradation was there. I think the village had lost its hope on the natural resources. So it took almost 1 year for us to have a meaningful dialogue with the people. Every time we go, they would try to reject us. They would say that, you guys are mad. What can be produced from this landscape? We're finding that for years together, nothing happens here. So that's why we're going out of the village. So we, to our good fortune, we got some good NGOs. I mean, who very passionately work with us and try to mobilize them. So it took first 1 year to, really constitute the committee. They came into an agreement. Then maybe for, it was a program for 5 years, but 3rd years onward, because, the ecosystem services, they flow quietly, so get ignored. So naturally, I think it never get noticed by the community. So what, the chair said and Mr. Mishra mentioned, so we tried to, we never went for the intangible, only tangible things we tried to explain to them so that to catch their interest and their imagination. Later on, they could realize, I think. Now, I think for Mr. Mishra, we could see now there are some credible organizations who are doing the entire process. And they say that there is no upfront investment is required. They will have an agreement that normally it varies from 15 to 20%, which they take as their processing fees kind of thing. So all investment done by them from registration up to the carbon credit and its trading. So the benefit comes, so the 80%, 80 to 85%, the villagers, they can get out of it, but somebody has to facilitate so that they're not exploited. So precisely, I think it took 3 years for us to, anchor with the village, and when we started that first entry point activities, the outcome came. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Very short question.
Yeah, that's
I have
question to both.
always again been prompted about the time, and we are overshooting. Thank you. Please, go ahead.
No, it is the question to both of them. The selection of these places, this is for Peter also, the pilot study, 3 places, and this we have taken. What is the basis, or what's the basis on which these places have been chosen as a pilot? And that's what I would like to know.
Right, I think I'll be very precise. We went for we did a kind of ranking of all the micro set which were contributing sediment to the lake, right? So this was the most degraded micro set. That was the criteria. We never looked at the socioeconomics or any other thing. Simply we selected it based on its degree of degradation, and but then we gradually, discovered the thing which fall in line. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter, you are online, but just a very brief comment about the basis of the selection of the sites in Malawi and the other places. Was there any?
So we wanted to work with, thank you very much for the question and for having me. The communities that have an openness towards some sort of a wisdom or faith-based approach. And from there, we looked at their initial inputs, and we had a horizontal and a vertical strategy. And the horizontal one was we needed cases that are similar enough so that we can put them together in a community of practice so they learn from one another. So currently we have about 6 to 8 in Africa, and then they will increase. And then we have verticals. So they need to have first a land. They already have to have some resources. Then, for example, this one method that I mentioned, systems of rice intensification, can be adopted. Then we send people there to train the local community. And just a brief remark towards carbon credits. I think that's a very important debate, but what we see in terms of financial output, when they adopt the systems of rice intensification method, the income is about 100 times greater than what they would get from carbon credits. So while carbon credits is important, I think we really have to focus on these kind of methods. But I'm happy to share more about case selection through email or so with more data.
Sure, thanks very much. We'll move on to the next one. Professor Rautra is here. Would you like to come over here?
Sir, one question. Excuse me, sir, one question.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ravindan and fellow participants, also my fellow panel speakers. So, I have chosen a topic different, it is generic type and kind of overview you can get from my paper. And previous cases, there are 2 case studies already presented relating to agroecology and watershed management. So currently, actually, we are moving from like protection, conservation, restoration to regeneration and also resilience. This is the framework we are moving step by step. And with this, I thought that I should give you some sort of a holistic approach where you can find almost everything for your reference, and also from students' point of view, they can make the best use of it following my presentation. So my order of presentation is like this: ecosystem and types. I will touch very quickly regenerative ecosystem, key challenges of ecosystem regeneration and needs for regenerating ecosystem, then UN SDGs in support of ER, then overcoming some barriers, then the category of parameters and indicators required for many different purposes, and that one has to define before starting any kind of. Then we try to understand from our perspective and point of view what is going on in that kind of ecosystem, depending on the nature of the ecosystem. So therefore, one has to understand different types of ecosystem. So we can start from terrestrial ecosystem, aquatic ecosystem, and natural ecosystem, and this is very specific in the sense without human interference, and sometimes artificial ecosystem that is man-made, and we do it. Urban ecosystem, for example, very artificial, but still we have to think very carefully how we can follow the regenerative process within urban ecology while planning not for few years, maybe for a longer term and then try to see how best those kind of urban services can be added to sustain people and their activities. So based on dominant vegetation and climate, also one can say tropical forest, tundra, savanna, mangrove ecosystem also equally important. And at the end I put it rural and urban ecosystem, where I place myself with this, and that is my area of work, mostly planning, development, implementation, management, and from short-term to long-term perspective. And then when we come to regenerative ecosystem, as I said in the beginning, say people thought sometime, okay, we have to protect the nature and natural environment. And the conservation word was very much used in the context. And in our case, I am a geographer, planner, and currently focusing on disaster issues, and then also the adoption part of the climate change. So with this kind of framework, I have an understanding is quite different, and we were taught natural resource management, that is for conservation point of view. And so then we are moving. It is not restoration. Restoration may be for a short term and then bringing back to the previous situation or original situation, but we have to go beyond what it is today, and then we will follow the process in a way it should generate, say, continuously. So a generative ecosystem continuously replenishes the energy, nutrients, and relationship that make thrive, and it mimics nature's own cycles, where waste becomes input and diversity strengthens resilience, and cooperation encourages balance. And then circular flows, so every output becomes an input in another process, so like composting waste to enrich soil and so on and so forth. So how best we can regenerate, that is a big challenge and big question, and it varies from the domain to domain, and what we do under this kind of ecosystem, and it is quite different from other ecosystems. So there are several key features, then circular flows, biodiversity, and self-renewal, and human-nature harmony, and then adaptive learning, etc. In addition to that also, we have to take into account, say, human and social dimension, very important, because they need services and they interact, and they are responsible for destruction. They are also equally responsible for regeneration. So we have to take from the current situation and put them at a different level of regeneration. So then there are several challenges. I'll just highlight some of the points. A loss of biodiversity, so many places crucial for ecosystem recovery, so this is very, very important. And say we go to the nature, we go to the forest, and there are monotype of forest exactly, and they don't represent biodiversity, but there are very key locations where you can find many different species. They stay together, and with wild animals, etc., etc. And so that is what we are losing day by day, decreasing in terms of area, and also decreasing in terms of number of species, etc. Soil degradation, and that was very much highlighted. Then water scarcity and pollution, then climate change in the current phenomena for extreme events. So therefore we have to be very careful, and we have to observe, and what are the areas really under impact. Not that climate change used openly like everywhere, and whenever we talk we say, oh, it is related to climate change, this and that. In our context, there are several types of ecosystem, not necessarily in a country or in a state. All places, all areas are equally impacted under climate change. We have to understand what are the areas really impacted, what are the issues, and what kind of resources within that area. And when we come to our type of analysis, ecosystem, what kind of ecosystem really exists within the area of influence of climate change, not everywhere. So this is very, very important. Very often we just make sweep statement relating to climate change. So invasive species, say non-native species, often compete with the native flora and fauna, and so therefore this is one of the big challenge, and we have to think about it. Then socio-economic challenges, also governance and policy-related challenges, and first is conflicting between land uses. This is very, very important. And what is happening now, we are converting land for agriculture. That is one major event of conversion. And second conversion is we are converting agricultural land to non-agricultural uses. So therefore, this is a big conflict within urban areas. And say like you take any city, Bhubaneswar is growing in each and every direction. Our city, it was a planned city, but almost now, I as a planner, I see no planning policy process is followed truly. Yes, in the name of planning, things are happening, but we don't think from a greater perspective. So conflict is everywhere, and there are about 500 villages within the urban boundary of a Bhubaneswar influence area. So they are getting converted to urban system, losing their identity and losing their activity. And also the land use is very, very important. Activity relates to land use. Then short-term economic pressures. So people often depend and on extractive activities, so logging, mining, etc., etc. So they are oriented to harness the maximum benefit and on their livelihood without understanding the implication on the ecosystem. So lack of financial incentives, people do good things, but no support, no financial say incentive to them. Poverty and inequality also there. And then governance and policy challenges, there are several factors. So fragmented institutions like coordination between sectoral agencies is very, very important. Friend already raised that one, that for a small thing, you have to move 5 departments to solve that problem, and at the end that problem cannot be solved because they don't agree and they don't coordinate. They don't agree to work together. So therefore, it never happens. And then weak policy enforcement. We have, so my friends, they say, oh, India is quite good in framing different kind of policies, very fantastic, but being an Indian and understanding the Indian system, yes, we have nice policies, but if you go implementation point of view, say transforming in the policies to programs and activities, so very, very rare, but good policies are there. So neighboring countries, they make the use of our policies, they appreciate. And then short political cycles. What does it mean? Meaning political system, long term also problem, very short term also problem, and we have that kind of experience in our state and also in the country in the past, also in the present. So they drive in their own vision without really understanding from our perspective, from our point of view. Forest department is there basically when we talk about different types of ecological units, and most of them are under forest department. Others are also working there, and Dr. Patnaik mentioned about watershed issues, and some time back watershed management was a big program in our country and funded by foreign governments. So very popular, but they started, they did something, they demonstrated, and they left it at that point. Oh, it is doing very fantastic, but never replicated the way they piloted. So that is the big concern. So, and similarly we have coastal zone management, we have many different issues. I'll not get into that, but if I compare the coastal zone issues of our country vis-a-vis Thailand, where I stayed and worked for a long time, there is a big, big difference. They make the best use of the, say, coast in terms of tourism, in terms of supporting livelihood system, not destroying or deteriorating the quality and status of those coastal zones. So that is a big issue. There is a difference. But we try to restrict a half a kilometer from the coastline, you cannot have any kind of development, you know. But say, they don't understand, we have to do the development in a way that is good, but it should not disturb that restricted zone. Even if people put up their activities away exactly half a kilometer, 500 meters, but they do all kinds of things, and then whole, say, stretch of land is spoiled, destroyed. This is the kind of thing. And then a lack of logical, say, local participation, meaning people's participation, what we do. So they are the beneficiary and they are the important stakeholders. So therefore, we interact for something, but what they say, what is their vision, what is their understanding, very rarely taken into account while framing the project. We do in the lab, in the say, universities, research institutions, and that in fact never transform or transmitted to the local situation, how they can implement it. Yes, good activity, good publications, and very appreciated those kind of referred publication, but the problem is that we exactly do not transfer what we have achieved in the lab. Yes, some of the things are transferred, but not necessarily the thing we are discussing within our domain is very, very important. So, insufficient scientific data, say in the beginning, our chair mentioned, yes, ecology was tossed as a piecemeal activity in different subjects. In geography, there was no exact title like ecology. So, in the context that we study, but sometime later, people talk about urban planning, urban design, and now little bit they talk about urban ecology, little bit. But what is that? How we can handle it? So something like that. So scientific knowledge is very, very important, and insufficient scientific data to support our knowledge system. Then inappropriate species selection, that is from forestry point of view, fast-growing species can cause say secondary degradation, etc., etc. So foresters can highlight and give the logic. Yes. So therefore, these are some of the challenges, and I am asked to wrap up. So therefore, you can use my slides, and it is self-explanatory for everything. So there is no doubt that we emphasize and we like to see that regeneration issues should be strongly implemented or emphasized, focused everywhere. And therefore, I have few points on that. And then UN Sustainable Development Goals, they also try to support, like what are the SDG 1, poverty, then 2, hunger, and then good health, well-being, quality, education, clean water and sanitation, and directly 13, 14 and 15 are very relevant for our purpose as a managing. And simultaneously, UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, 2021 to 2030, that is the process going on, and they support each other, and we have to see how to make the best use of it. And there are several barriers, and how we can challenges and barriers, how we can overcome those. So integrated planning is very important, community awareness, participation and empowerment, then long-term policy and funding commitment, and blending traditional knowledge, indigenous knowledge with modern science. So this is the approach to be followed. And then I tried to look for some of the parameters and indicators to be used in ecological assessment context, and I have highlighted some of them. Some parameters are there. So vegetation and biodiversity parameters, soil health parameters, water and hydrological parameters. Some of them are repeated, please. Socio-economic parameters, institutional and governance parameters. Under each parameter, we have to put a number of indicators and parameters for assessment, for monitoring and everything. So therefore, this is very important. And in any kind of study and analysis, we have to do. So I have given the kind of planning process, reconnaissance and survey, problem identification and situation analysis, goals and objective setting, then stakeholder analysis, involvement, community participation, and data collection and baseline studies, then design selection of regeneration strategies, then implementation, and then monitoring, evaluation, adaptive management, and continuous improvement in the process, long-term maintenance and sustainability. So this is what we have to follow as a planning process. And then what are the current thoughts? This is my last slide. I will just give you 4 or 5 points. Ecosystem regeneration today focuses on reviving natural processes rather than simply restoring past conditions. So this is the new paradigm. So people have done in the name of protection, in the name of conservation, and etc., etc. But now we are using this word. It should be clear to all types of communities, from scientific to non-scientific, so that they can focus on this. And it emphasizes functional recovery, such as soil health, water flow, nutrient cycling, and biodiversity interactions, so ecosystem can adapt and self-sustain under changing climates. Number 3, regeneration is most effective when community-led, and some of our friends presented and justified through their case studies, and integrates nature-based livelihoods and uses technology only to support, not to replace ecological function. So this is how we have to use the technology. And in that context also we have to identify the types of technology to be used under different contexts. Then approaches like rewilding, working with the natural disturbances, and restoring entire landscape scale system are gaining, say, importance, meaning under very adverse situation we have to work, and therefore we have to look for different kind of solution of those problems, and then step by step we can move forward to achieve our goal. Success is now measured by ecosystem services and resilience, so rather than say tree counts and then making regeneration a holistic socio-ecological strategy for long-term sustainability. So with this I can finish and conclude my presentation. So at the end, regeneration and resilience, of course sustainability will go hand in hand. So this is all about my presentation. Thank you. Thank you.
Please have this. So we are far behind schedule. I have been reminded at least thrice by Amar through his students. We have a video by Alexander, but it's an interesting philosophical video. It's not data-based, but it's, as I said, it's very interesting and philosophical, and it can be shared to everyone, because in any case, he's not around to have discussion, to have an interaction. So it is just playing the video, and I very strongly recommend everyone to please run through the video. We have already eaten into the coffee time. It's 15 minutes behind schedule, and I'm afraid we need to wrap it up. It was a pleasure spending time with all of you, and it was an excellent session. The question that I asked Ajit, if I have to ask myself, would I do it better in a different way if I were to do it again? The answer is yes, but that's the way things are. Thank you very much.
We are truly delighted and thank Dr. Peter to be joining us in spite of the time difference, and where the birds were still negotiating their wake-up call, Dr. Peter still managed to join. Thank you. I request Dr. Ravinder to please felicitate our speakers with a memento. I request Professor Pavel to please present Dr. Ravi with a memento expressing our gratitude. Thank you, sir. We shall now hit pause for a quick coffee break. And just to continue our conversation with some coffee, I request everybody to please be back by 12:10. Thank you.
It's 5 minutes to 12:10. 5 minutes to 12:10.
We have 5 minutes, no? Okay.
କରିଦେଇଛି ଏଇଠି କରିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ ମୁଁ ସେପଟେ ରହିବି ମୁଁ ଏଇଠି ରହିବି ହଁ 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 ଏଇଟା ଏଇଟା ତ ହଁ ଏଇଟା ହଁ ଠିକ୍ ଅଛି
Please be seated. We will start the second plenary session. Regenerativeness in society emerges when social relationships are rooted in care, reciprocity, and collective well-being. Culture becomes a regenerative force when traditions evolve to safeguard resources, celebrate diversity, and sustain intergenerational knowledge. When relationships, beliefs, and cultural practices align with equity and renewal, they form a resilient social ecosystem capable of continuously regenerating itself. This session brings together our distinguished speakers from across the world, joining us both in person and virtually. The chair cum discussant for today's plenary session is Professor Shashmi Nayak. Professor Nayak is the Ambedkar Chair Professor at NISWAS, instituted by the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. She coordinates the PhD program in social work at Utkal University and is a specialist in anti-oppressive social work practice. Her research focuses on social inclusion and exclusion, particularly issues such as manual scavenging, forced labor, trafficking, and migration. May we invite Professor Shashmi Nayak as the chair and discussant of the session today. We have Professor Zell. We have Professor Georgi Zell, who is joining us online. Professor Zell is Professor Emeritus of Sociology at the University of Osnabrück, Germany, and an eminent scholar of participation, labor relations, and social innovation. With decades of academic leadership, he has worked with institutions such as Hitoshubashi University in Tokyo and the European Union. He has authored foundational works on self-management, social economy, quality of life, and democratic participation. Now we invite Professor Bhante Chandrakirti to join us at the dais. Professor Bhante Chandrakirti is the convener of the Tathagat Buddha Chair and head of the School of Buddhist Studies at Subharti University, Meerut. Holding a PhD in Buddhist Studies and multiple master's degrees, he is a monk scholar dedicated to Buddhist education, equality, and Ambedkarite philosophy. Thank you for being amid us, sir, today. Finally, we will also share a short video of Dr. Maria Dolores Sanchez Galera, who may be joining us online shortly. Maria Dolores is a senior research fellow in the Charles III University of Madrid, specializing in public law and policy, environmental law, and sustainability. She currently acts as the Senior Research Advisory for Dicastery of Integral Human Development of the Holy See. She holds a law with honors degree from Glasgow University and a PhD from Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna Pisa. With extensive experience in international legal cooperation, social rights and development law, she has worked with global organizations and contributed widely to applied legal theory. We would also like to invite Professor Adriana Carolina Flores Diaz, academic in the Transdisciplinary University Center for Sustainability in Mexico. Now, I would request the chair, Professor Shashmi Nayak, to take over the session from here.
So, a very good afternoon to all of you. We have a wonderful panel of speakers from very diverse disciplines and backgrounds and belief systems. Without wasting any more time, because we have to wind up in an hour's time, I would now request the organizers to kindly play the recorded presentation of Professor Zell.
Good day. It is a pleasure to be invited to this very important conference, which hopefully will have many more events to come, and by that contributing to a better world. Good day. It is a pleasure for me to be invited to this very important conference, which hopefully will have many more events to come, and by that contributing to a better world. However, I will today pour some water into the wine of this better future to make it really happen, because we have to know the challenges and obstacles for regenerative ecosystems to overcome them. The ongoing environmental catastrophe is the biggest challenge for humanity for its survival in the coming decades, because the effects of this catastrophe are not limited to one country or region. Only an international cooperation, of which the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change is one of the best examples, is necessary. The complexity of the task demands an interdisciplinary approach. My basic theoretical approach is the one of a critical social theory in a historical materialistic perspective. That is, without history, economics, and dialectics, we cannot understand anything, and we cannot fight obscurantism. Since the famous Brundtland report in 1989, which coins the notion of sustainability, many conferences have followed without really stopping the dramatic deterioration of the situation. 7 of the 9 planetary boundaries were already passed in 2024, namely, first climate change, then change in biosphere integrity, land system change, freshwater change, modification of biogeochemical flows, ocean acidification, stratospheric ozone depletion. So only these 2 boundaries are not yet broken: increase in atmospheric aerosol loading and introduction of novel entities. All these changes are man-made. However, these thresholds hide more serious collateral damages. Although regenerative ecosystems are the best solution to stay within the thresholds enumerated above, a lot of obstacles are put into their way. So we have to take into account the massive attack by vested interests against the ecological turnaround. Science and its institutions, as universities and research centers, are the main element for enlightenment since more than 500 years. That is why they are again targets of irresponsible economic interests in their organizations. Even some scientists are corrupted and figure as merchants of doubt, promoting what Norbert Proctor and Londa Schiebinger call agnodity. The explanation of the non-acceptance of these findings are manipulation and cognitive dissonance. As the acceptance of these scientific findings would mean a fundamental change of the own behavior in regard to consumption, lifestyle, and the environment. The following forces are the main impediments: mass dictatorships and the increasing power of neo-fascist movements and governments are the main obstacle for implementing regenerative ecosystems. Only 25 out of 167 countries in the world are full democracies, that is 6% of world population. Mostly they are European, although only 9 of 27 EU member states are among them. Green parties and movements are all over the world in decline. Among the main drivers of this rollback are disinformation, fake news, and other manipulated sources of information. This is not new in human history. Nevertheless, the so-called social media have brought a new quality in this regard. In really existing capitalism, the market fundamentalists proclaim that all problems, including the ecological catastrophes, will be solved by the market forces, neglecting that just these market forces have created the mess in which we live. Another challenge, actually more fundamentally, goes down to our anthropological foundations. The French philosopher Edgar Morin, aged 104 years, has developed the notion of Homo sapiens demens instead of the notion of Homo sapiens sapiens to designate our species. Another important element to explain our non-action is the complexity of the world, where many people resignate to understand it and look for easy, simple solutions and answers. Not to forget is corruption, which biases decisions in regard to non-protecting the environment. Patents are another issue of private ownership. They are profit-driven and deprive economic actors of access to new technologies which can support regenerative ecosystems. The organized crime, which accounts for about 20% of the world economy, is responsible for large environmental destructions. It commits systematic attacks on environmental activists and even murdering them by that are deliberately hindering ecological progress and producing a serious setback in this domain. The late German social scientist Norbert Müller warned already more than 30 years ago that our world system in every domain is going to collapse as on the 2040s. We are fast approaching this deadline in the very sense of the word. However, not all domains are clear-cut black and white in regard to the ecology. Quite a few are ambivalent. First of all, religion and politics in general take also an ambivalent role concerning ecology. Especially populist leaders, libertarians, and extreme right movements attack the science and provoke with it the end of the Age of Enlightenment. Against them are green parties and other progressive forces defending and supporting regenerative ecosystems. The artificial intelligence is ambivalent too, and the demography as well. On the one hand, modern medicine doubled life expectancy. On the other hand, the steady increase of population of the last 2 centuries brought us to the limits of the Earth's capacity, with more than 8 billion people on Earth today, reaching its peak probably with 10 billion in 2050. As I wrote already in 2010, in my eyes, the future of humankind will be decided by China, for better or worse. Let us come to a positive side. How to overcome the challenges and obstacles to implement regenerative ecosystems. First, we have to ask what to do, by whom, for whom, where, how, when, and who are the social actors. Does it mean survival of the fittest? This raises automatically the power question. There are no regenerative ecosystems without democratic participation. In this regard, on the one side, science, universities, research centers, education, and on the other side, civil societies, trade unions, and the health sector have to play a prominent role in defending and promoting regenerative ecosystems. In really existing capitalism, as a dominant feature of our world, we have to start with the economy to overcome the challenges and obstacles for regenerative ecosystems. Already in 1976, the French economist Alfred Sauvy propagated zero growth, but it had nearly no impact, although at the time the first oil crisis led to a reduction of economic growth. An even more radical approach is degrowth. There are still other strategies which are part of regenerative ecosystem. Organic agriculture is one of it and has reached a certain level, in some countries up to 15%. However, it is far away from the necessities. Another one is CO2 storage. However, it is a repair strategy where prevention is much more useful. Much more promising are the so-called factor 4 and 10 strategies. They propose to reduce the consumption of energy, one of the main sources of ecological disasters, by factor 4, even 10. For sure, this is a very promising strategy where the factor 4 seems to be quite feasible, however much less the factor 10. Another strategy to reach a regenerative ecosystem is to adapt the tax system appropriately. Until now, the tax systems in every country supports more environmental destruction instead of preventing it. Another strategy to comply with environmental regulation is the emission trade, which asks a price for air pollution permits. Is that perverse to negotiate pollution rights? Severe regulations are another option to protect the environment. A further strategy is a social ecological transformation of society. This strategy does not only cover the industrial environment, but the social as well. So the transformation within the economy has to be accompanied by social transformation for a better and more just society. One central element within the strategy is the issue of quality of life. Within the business world, since a number of years, corporate social ecological responsibility is practiced. It is definitely a step forward for regenerative ecosystems. Upsizing a strategy developed by Gunther Pauli, which in contrast to the ongoing downsizing of our environment should use the resources and their waste to new products which have a higher value than before. But to realize all these strategies, consumer consciousness is a precondition. To make these strategies successful, we need a fundamental change in our preferences. Not the cheapest, but the most sustainable products and services have to be chosen. Although United Nations and the organizations, Food and Agriculture Association, World Health Organization, UNESCO, ILO, UNDP are permanently under attack, especially from the side of the USA, so far they have survived and remain central organization for the promotion of regenerative ecosystem. Part of the solution has to be knowledge transfer between different sites, cities, regions, countries, and continents. One tool is networking. This conference is an open and important element in this endeavor. As the nation state is still the main framework for decision-making, the respective governments on all levels have the main responsibility. Nevertheless, it is on the local level that many ecologically relevant decisions are taken. Act locally, think globally. One of the strategies to implement democratic structures on the local level is an international standard on quality management and local government. The trade unions are today's largest democratic organization, with some 200 million members worldwide. Although they have their global organization with the International Trade Union Confederation, they are divided into too many organizations. Besides, the union density is much too low to have a real impact on the big decision makings. And to have a real influence, they need to be complemented by enlightened employers' associations. Another relevant movement are the cooperatives. They represent 800 million members right now. To proceed further, we need problem awareness of the severe environmental situation. It needs a second enlightenment, as the late US American Neil Postman asked for. The same vein, another US American, the psychologist Steven Pinker, pushed with his book, Enlightenment Now, the case for reason, science, humanism, and progress. That leads us to the central element to overcome challenges and obstacles of implementing regenerative ecosystem. That is education. That means a sustainable education has started at the elementary level, leading to a lifelong accompaniment. And our preparatory teacher training is in this context a fundamental prerequisite. Need for the relation of regenerative ecosystems, consciousness to acknowledge the situation as well as competence to implement the necessary strategies and tools.
Gloria Ostos-Mota enlarged these 3 preconditions to 7. This approach has also to be credible, collective, collaborative, continuous, and communicative. That demands a responsible science which is not infected by vested interests and egomania. There is no alternative to the realization of regenerative ecosystem for the survival of humanity. However, looking at the state of the world today, I'm not very optimistic that we can manage the worldwide realization of regenerative ecosystems soon, but hope does last. Thanks for attendance.
Thank you so much for this.
Recording in progress.
Thank you so much, Professor Zell, for this very, very comprehensive paper that you have presented today. Are there any questions for Professor Zell? Anyone has any questions for Professor Zell? None. Well, we shall wait if there are any further questions coming up later during the session. I would request Professor Zell to stay online and to listen to the other presentations too, and to give his comments at the end. Can we have Maria Dolores' presentation? There is a question? Yes, so we shall take it. Naila.
Hello. So, Professor Zell mentioned education at the elementary level. I would like him to elaborate a bit more, please.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Actually, as we learned recently, children are quite aware of the difficulties in everyday life of changing climate catastrophes, flooding, drought, and so on. And as we learned now in quite a few cases, it's already in the preschool and elementary school that we can raise the awareness of these problems and how they are man-made, and what strategy in your own consumption, in your learning addresses should start at a very early age. And I think we have neglected the capacities of young children to understand what is happening around them. And I think so far teachers have to be trained and be prepared much more than today on these issues. It has become a subject in elementary school in Germany and in Europe so far. So I hope it will spread in India and over the world right now. Thanks for the question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Naila. Can we have the video of Maria? Oh, Maria is online. I thought that was a still picture of you. Very good afternoon.
Good morning. Just, I wanted to check, can I share my screen?
Yes, yes, you're welcome.
Yes. Because I'm not, yeah, it doesn't come up. I don't know why.
Ma'am, you can try again.
Otherwise, do you have it there? Yeah, I can share it. It's not letting me share.
She can share.
Can't share it. I'm gonna check.
Or we shall put up the slides from here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You have slides there?
Can you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Just the slides, not the... Good morning to everyone, by the way.
She is there. She is the co-host. She can share it.
Otherwise, I'm gonna try with other computer.
All participants.
Can you
No, no, no. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, reshare the slides and save time.
I don't know why I can't share it. Do you have them there?
Can you try again, Maria?
Okay.
Yes.
No.
You've done it. No?
You've done.
Kara jaha karibo. She is a co-host. Yeah.
Have you got it? Let me try. Let me try myself. This other link.
Yeah.
Now here.
Yes, she can see. Can you see this,
Okay.
Maria?
Okay, these are the slides. Yeah. Okay. Maybe you can help me when I say charm to the next. Maybe you
Yes.
go to the
Yes,
next.
we'll do that. We'll do that.
Thank you so much. Good morning to everyone. It would have been nice to be there. I'm sorry for this. Well, as you see, the title I have given to my presentation is Brotherhood as an Ecosystem in Crisis, as a prophetic voice of the Catholic Church. I want to start by saying that there is a consensus today on the understanding that everything and everyone is connected. But it is actually probably the Catholic Church, the first voice to be rising high, urging the renewal and regeneration of our relationships with our living planet through the renewal of our relationship with the others, with God, as much as with land and our common home. So I'm presenting brotherhood, and if you like, fraternity, as an ecosystem which is a human ecosystem that is in crisis. Yes, stay there. This is actually the premise that I'm presenting. We belong as human beings to an ecosystem, which is the fraternity ecosystem. That's our natural ecosystem, is brotherhood. Brotherhood beyond frontiers, brotherhood beyond races. So I affirm, go to the next, sorry.
Yes,
I affirm that science confirms that creatures are interconnected through ecological networks and evolutionary history, linking them to each other, their past, their future. But this is just a horizontal dimension of humanity, creatures, nature. I believe, and this is actually something that we can touch in the way our ecosystem, our fraternities have come into crisis. I believe that, go to the next, please. I believe that our ecosystem is in crisis because it's not purely based on those horizontal bonds and these horizontal dimensions or connections which are interconnected ecological networks. We are the only ecosystem that has a vertical dimension inherent to the human nature. And you can go to the next, please. So these relational bonds that are now in crisis because we are not living this vertical dimension anymore. Let's say that we've bridged that relationship with our spirituality, with God, with others, And this has taken humankind to constant disasters with growing inequalities, wars, global warming. We are all aware of this. This map on the right side speaks of the parts of the world that are living under increasing and constant inequalities. And this is growing. And the ones, yeah, you can stay there. You can stay even in modern slavery slide, or the next one. Those really free are the minority who wield economic and financial power. Amid this confusion, actually, postmodern humanity has not even achieved self-awareness capable of offering guidance and direction, or choosing, as the previous speaker was talking about, choosing what we can buy, what we can do to believe in a sustainable way. And this lack of identity is a source of anxiety. We have too many means and only few substantial ends. These chains of slavery are part of the technocratic system, which is the recent paradigm we are living in today. So I should mention now that we need to honor the efforts of Pope Francis to bring in vital spark to the doctrine by shedding light into the need of seeing economics and politics with the eyes of those who suffer, who are now mostly assuming the cost of slavery, the cost of production. We still know that we have forced labor in some countries, and you live in one of the ones that are where child labor is still around. And yes, you can stay there. So you can stay. Go to the next. Where planetary, we are aware that planetary boundaries have been reached and superated, and it's not just about climate problem. I'm here now talking about the association of this climate crisis to the social crisis and to the technocratic system that triggers so many problems. And modern slavery is just one, inequalities is another one, and the big crisis of human beings are another one. So our development model has collapsed based on a limited growth and consumption in this era of Anthropocene, that indicates an era in which men, with their action, managed to modify the conditions of the biosphere, geology, and even the universe itself. And we have given too much power to rationality. So not only theologians, but also anthropologists and philosophers have spoken to us of the importance of the recognition of the ethos of transcendence. So not breaking down the limits, but erasing the limits, or not erasing the limits, but transcending them. You can go to the next, yes. Where the next slide, where I'm just bringing two bibliographical reference in which we, the previous one, sorry, in which we really understand in a theoretical level, but also with practical and empirical research, was the pressure of techno-capitalism just now, and how all this is misguiding us all. So we need the courage. You can go to the next. Techno-capitalism has invaded our lives. So what is our door to way out of this? It's us. It's coming back to human. It's coming back to our relationships. Human beings are the only living species with an inherent vertical dimension, which is this vertical fraternity under this common spiritual bond that take us to the common good, take us to understand that the bad is the parasite of the good, take us to believe that we can go further, that we have courage, and we have the strength of being brothers. So you can go to the next one. The relational our brotherhood bonds are the basis of the Catholic social teaching. And this is, which is a foundational reality of God, suggests a new paradigm. The new paradigm is based on a concept that has been coined as integral ecology, which just means commitment to society as much as to nature, and commitment to the others as much as to the regeneration of nature. So looking at the human being, looking at our inherent bonds to our spiritualities and to the others, we can really be fostering help to people. And this means care, solidarity, and responsibility. And this is, of course, an important, you can go to the next one. You can, this is an important part of the social teaching, which is just a body of doctrine developed over time, providing a moral framework for building a just and peaceful society based on the principles of human dignity and the common good, and emphasizing the inherent value of every human person. And you can go to the next one. We have rooted in this discussion two instant references, encyclicals, letters that the Pope Francis, the past pontificate, gave to the world, which one is Laudato Si, and the other one is Fratelli Tutti. And I'm just gonna shed light to two important messages. You can go to the next slide. As two important messages, and which one is the fraternity as the prophecy of transformation, and the other one is integral ecology, saying that everything is connected. We need to create alliances. We know that we need alliances today, not only in our communities and in our communities with our local governance bodies, but also at international level and beyond our communities and our countries. You can go to the next one. And these relevant encyclicals that have had an impact, an incredible impact in the outside world. Over the last several years, have instantly created initiatives and pressing voices, not just from the faith world, but also from the scientific world, to be building bridges, not only in natural regeneration ecosystems, environments, and scientific environments, but in every single environment that could be educational and could foster education. And one of the main messages is care for our common home, in which we find personal connection and instruments that go beyond our communities, but start from our communities and our personal bonds. You can go to the next one. So the church has paid special attention, of course, to cultural and educational challenges that were mentioned before. And why? Why? Because at first instance, we need an ecological conversion. In our Christian faith, this is where the effects and the encounter with Jesus Christ becomes evident in the relationship with the world around this, with the world and with the others. So you can go to the next one. So when addressing the question of fraternity, we have not a specific kind of relationship, but we just know that it's an action of encounter with others. So every spiritual context, every community context can experience fraternity and come back to the original root of care to our common home. A specific initiative to give hope and regenerate the current economic paradigm lies, you can go to the next one, please, lies on a call to Pope Francis to join economists to change the rules of the game. How can we start to change the rules of the game? Well, we can change the rules of the game coming closer to concepts that we approach every day without really knowing the meaning. Economy, for instance, which needs the care and the norms of home, of our home. And we really need to get in touch with this as first instrument of governance to our lives and to our relationship to the world. And Pope Francis actually, when addressing the need for young economists to change the current rules of the game, introduced the notion of ecological debt as a moral debt of the North towards the South for having extracted all their natural resources for the sake of their society's well-being. The overuse of natural resources by industrialized nations means that poorer countries have paid and are paying a heavy price for the development of the richer world. So climate change is a clear example of how richer countries are most responsible for it, but it is the poor and marginalized who are suffering the worst impacts. You can go to the next slide. And this is actually a movement that Pope Francis encouraged to be started by young economists, and it's called the Economy of Francesco. I invite you to go around and get in touch with this reality, which is pretty much, it can really help to find the sense of a new economic, of a new economy, of a new way of regenerating our societies and our institutional bodies today. You can go to the next one to conclude. For concluding, I would like to leave you with a message that it is, of course, important to say that even for research questions and challenges of today, in today's realities, natural regeneration is, of course, important. But we really need transdisciplinary approaches and co-creation and integration, all that we know that we have been building, not only from the scientific world, but also from the technical world. But we really need to enter into the culture of brotherhood and common care for our common home. Understanding that we have to respect our relational bonds to activate our common responsibility for the future of humanity and young generations. So we really need to understand that we can learn from each other. We really need to co-create and integrate, but coming from the understanding that is all together that we will be coming out from this, from the current crisis that reaches nature today. Thank you. Thank you. I hope I was clear enough. And if you have any question, I'm here.
That was a wonderful presentation, Maria. It was really good. And does anyone have any questions? Well, I have a question for you, Maria. Yeah. Oh, yes, there are several. Yes, Makbul, uncle.
Ma'am, my question is, when you're talking about international brotherhood, is it possible to share learning with regard to ecological and farming and sharing of seeds of a variety of plants and trees across the border? Is that possible?
Yes, I think it's the moment to start sharing our experiences. I've been invited to this beautiful ICRE conference by Professor Amar. I think he has been doing great work to present some of your local experiences to, let's say, the north. The first time I met him was in the north of the world. I would have loved to come to India just to see more. But it's a moment to understand what everyone is doing in their realities. You have, if I heard the initial part of the question was listening and sharing, no? It is the momentum for listening and sharing. We are listening. There are, for instance, the charge in which at the institutional level comprises not just universities, but people in governments, that everyone, I'm talking in an ecumenical way. I'm talking about people that are today at political level, at institutional level, but even in families, need to know what the others are doing. We need to share. And it is important that even at political and institutional level, we talk about love, we talk about relational bonds, because we are all humans. We are sitting to each other. Maybe we are in a conference and we don't know till the person is presenting at the conference what the person is doing. And a whole world opens in front of us when we meet a person. And whatever this person is engaged with has a world of things to teach us.
There's another question for you. There's another question for you, Gary. Ison.
Thank you very much for your my name's Ray Ison. I'm a Professor Emeritus of Systems at the Open University in the UK. Like you, I've been heavily influenced by Laudato Si, the encyclical, and I've used it in many presentations in the past. This is a rather devil's advocate sort of question. Despite the work of the Church and the Pope, one would have to observe that things have got incredibly worse in the United States. In many other democracies, the number of laws that curtail environmentalist protesting or expressing their views are being strengthened, and more people are being jailed for their in a sense, following the arguments of Laudato Si. So I wonder what your own theory of change is, and what theory of change you would advocate for young people into the future.
Yeah, I'm pretty much convinced of what you are saying. I also have been following the last COP on Belém, and we could say that it's already watershed. And my personal conviction is just what I'm saying. It's coming back to personal bonds, relationships. It's the only thing we can do now. It's our power. We are humans, and we are bombarded now, even in this even in this context of nature. I'm sure the question of AI and technocraticism is coming out. We are bombarded by anything that is inhuman, which is even, as I said, I really believe that bad is parasite and goodness is something bigger. It's just, and believe me, it's UK, I've been living 5 years in UK. There is so much good down out there. But then everyone comes home, and the comfort, and it's pretty easy today not to come to the others when you are at home, at your individualistic bubble, feeling wellness and reaching everything through the net, through everything we have built, which is a bit sort of artificial with being intelligent. So coming back to bonds, to relational bonds, we need to teach young people that they can do things. They should engage, and they should engage on the ground personally, going to places, knowing. Economy of Francesco is something that has been born from the experience of what Laudato Si was preaching, which is we don't have just a climate crisis, an economic crisis, or whatever. We really have a social crisis, human crisis. And what I was presenting is actually something I really believe. We live in an ecosystem which is different from the others. We're unique in uniqueness is that we have spiritual bonds. The moment we disconnect from our spiritual, vertical level of relationship with God, whatever God you believe in, this goes to badness. This goes to what is happening in the world today. And we are afraid of giving spirituality to our children. we are destroying our wealth. And this is something Pope Francis said, but it's something I really believe in. And this is, I'm sure India is one of the most spiritual countries in the world. India has the wealth of the future, has this in their veins. So it's easy that all this disappears with the technocratic paradigm and the capitalist narrative saying to us, convert towards other things. But this is our strength. We can still fight for what we have and what we can transmit to our children. That's why my premise was the ecosystem we believe in has a difference from the rest of natural interaction, which is connecting species from past and present and the whole circle. We are vertical, not horizontal. And this verticality our strength. That's the message.
Thank you, Maria, for bringing the focus back to the family and for also saying that fraternity is in crisis. I hope you'll stay online and listen to the next speaker, who is a Buddhist monk, and it will be very interesting for you to draw similarities between what you said and what he is going to say right now. Thank you. Banteji.
Good afternoon to everyone. Honorable Chair, respected delegates, distinguished scholars, I am very grateful for the opportunity to speak on the theme social relationship, belief and culture for the regeneratedness, and everybody listening to the online carefully. And now I am talking because I am a Buddhist monk. Today humanity stands at the crossroad where the ecological, social and cultural foundations of our world require not just the representation but regeneration. A process that the revival, renews and restore of the harmony between human society and nature. Definitely this theme is very nice for the future, and definitely we're discussing the many speakers on how we have to face the situation, because there is so many problems in the society, and how can we remove the problems and how we save the natures. We're discussing on this. I am Buddhist monk, like Buddha say, we're not killing to anyone. That's why replace the killing. What is the benefit for the society is a karuna, compassion. Compassion is the very most important factor for the between the human being, the society. When we live in the families, there are so many members. When we live in the society, there are so many families. When we live in the nation, there are so many population. And when we go to across, there are so many countries. How can we make the good relation? That's why Buddha taught us in Sigalvada Sutta. There was the Dignikaya. The text of the three Pitakas, he explained many things, how we pay respect, teach us the non-violence, that is called ahimsa. That is a very important factor. We maintain the society. If we follow the ahimsa, non-violence, and we make the karuna, that is very important factor. Nowadays, three important things: man, society, and nature. There are three things. We are the human being. Make the society, and then nature. There are so many things. We have many resources. And like nowadays, water. How to restore water? How we maintain it? So Buddha said, we not killing anyone. So automatically, you arise the loving and kindness. That is very important things. Without loving and kindness, that is called the metta in Pali. So, metta is the very important factors for this. So, we have to push something special, collecting responsibility. We have to follow this. And then he said the intergeneration learning, how we have to learn, how we have to maintain. This is very important things, and believe that is called the respect for the nature. Then compassion for all human beings, non-violence, ethical consumption, and responsible use for the resources. Whatever we have to resources, we have to maintain. And that's why Buddha said the ahimsa, and then he said that we follow the middle path. Very important. That is called the eightfold path. Right understanding, right effort, right speech, right livelihood, right effort, and right mindfulness and right concentration. That is called the eightfold path. And then main reason, he said, what is the cause and what is the effect? What is the result? He said the original, that is called Pali Pratitya Samutpada. That is very important thing. And then he said, Santushti means contentment. We have to, whatever we have to things, we have to make the Santushti. In Pali say Santushti Paramadhanam. Without many property, but we not satisfied. How can we maintain? That's why he said the Santushti is very important thing. And then we have to very important culture as the living system for the regenerations. How we maintain these things. So he said tree protection. Nowadays, population is growing day by day, and now cutting the trees and jungles. How to maintain? He said tree protection, water conservation, and the respect for the 5 great elements like water, fire, and like earth. We have to protect them. And after that, based on the compassion, without compassion we cannot protect the society. That's why it's very important. Social relationships. We have to maintain this, create the cooperative social structure. We have to relation each other. And without relationship between each other, we have to, like a right speech, Buddha taught in the middle path. It's very important for the relationship. And that's why Buddha taught the Vajjiya in Vaishali, in India, 7 things. That is called in Pali, Parihani Dhamma. We have to come together in big meeting and discuss whatever we have to ideas and follow to each other. And then he said, pay respect to women in the society. Without women, we pay respect. Nowadays, the so many problems in the society, break relationship easily, and harassment, many things you know very well. So that's why he say we have to pay respect the women, we have to pay respect the old people, we have to pay respect to the public places. Whatever we have to maintain that. And after that, who is the very intelligent, we have to follow them and respect them. The 7 principles of the Buddha he taught in the Vajji Sangha in Vaishali. So it's very important thing. And then very important how to maintain these things. So we have to follow inside. That it depend on your mind. If our mind is follow true things, automatically result will become in true manner. So this is called the Manopubangama. In Pali said, mind is very important. everything come on mind. And when we follow the mind, so automatically relationship maintained. And without a relationship, like we live in the one society, there are so many ideas, so many cultures. Nowadays we come the Western culture, we say the Hindu culture, with the Buddhist culture, we say the Islamic culture, with the Sikh culture. There are so many cultures, how we have to maintain. There are so many societies. So Buddha say when we have to compassion, and when we think we are the human being, we are the equal, so there is no confusion to maintain the relationship to each other, because we thinking inside we are the one, and global is the one, there is no confusion. So that's why we following these things, whatever Buddha taught. Like I am as a Buddhist monk, we not following like a caste system. There is no caste. If there is no caste, there is no problem. So this is the very important, whatever Buddha did. 2-3 things very important: karuna, loving and compassion. Automatically we maintain the relationship. Thank you very much to give me opportunity to share my whatever we have idea and views. Thank you very much to all. Listen me.
Thank you so much, Banteji, for highlighting compassion and also santushti, contentment, which is very important for tackling mindless consumption. I would now, any questions for Banteji? Just one quick question. Yes, Gary.
Thank you very much for that. So the Eightfold Path is very systemic in nature. And I'm just wondering if you've done any thinking about the relationship of the Eightfold Path to the AIESS framework, because it has 8 elements. I'm just wondering if there's a relationship.
Yeah, definitely the right eightfold path. There is the 8 path, like right understanding, right view, right speech, right livelihood, right action, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. Definitely when we following this path, so automatically mind becomes very good. And when we have mind the proper manner, so there is no any problem, like Buddha taught us these things. So definitely this eightfold path make your relationship very properly. When we talk to good things, so automatically somebody talk with you the good things. When you pay respect to others, so somebody pay respect to you also. So that's why these things, the eightfold path, these things make very good relation to
on your topic of indigenous relations.
Thank you so much for the invitation to share with you some ideas about the relationships in the indigenous peoples and local communities. I am not an indigenous person, but I have been sharing with the different communities mostly about the lands and waters management they do in their territories. I would like to share with you some thoughts about that. I think that if we are talking about relationships between people and nature, we need to think about worldviews, we need to think about knowledge systems, we need to think about values too. Values that are, some of these values are very common to us, very general and broad, like respect, but there are other specific values, and some of these values are related to the relationships between people and nature. And in some international platforms, the scholars have been inviting us to think about the values in this relationship between people and nature in 4 kinds of. The first one is living from nature, which means like being supported by nature, and we all are supported by nature. The second is living in nature, which means like living in a place, having a home, a place-based process in our lives at a historical setting too. The third one is living with nature, which means like the connection we can recognize we have with nature in different dimensions. And the fourth is living as nature, which means living as part of nature. So we are not separated, but inside, embedded, and living as part of. And we can recognize in the indigenous peoples and local communities these four forms of connection, of relationship between nature and people, but mostly living with nature and as part of nature. Indigenous peoples and local communities have different practices and rituals about carrying these relationships with living and not living entities. So we have, I don't want to romanticize anything, but in order to understand a little bit, I would like to share with you some ideas, because these values and this relational thinking is grounded in practices, right? So many communities, for example, ask permission to enter a forest or growing a crop, cutting a tree, or touching a plant. So this is the kind of relationship that it is not just in our minds, but grounded in practices. And these practices are related to decision-making as well, right? And that's, here we have a critical position, because these values and these relationships are not just unfortunately, not always in a very good way. Many of these peoples have a lot of problems, because these values are in kind of tension with the broad values elsewhere in the global level. That's why we are watching all the time in the news or in our home countries these conflicts indigenous peoples are facing for defending their lands, defending their territories. Because in these lands, which is their home territory, are critical resources. So they are like located in a very geopolitical position, a critical geopolitical position, because of mining, water, lands, energy, etc. Then these peoples and their mindsets are trying to care about the relationships. They care about the interconnectedness. They care about the interdependencies. And many of these rituals and many of these practices that they are grounded are trying to care about this interconnectedness. For example, we have some rituals with the Otomi people, which the older woman goes to headwaters and brings the water to the town. After that, there's a party with a lot of food, delicious food like here in India. But in addition to that, this is a very particular space in which elders and young people come together to talk about how are we coping with the conflicts. In this territory of Otomi people in Michoacán in Mexico, they have a lot of conflicts with abogado producers, because they hold most of the water, leaving communities, farms, and everybody without water security. Other communities, like Musgo communities, they have a lot of problems with mining. And these people, they deny living, they are avoiding leaving their lands, because the belly bottom of their grandparents are buried in that place. So this is not just about what are we seeing in a tangible way, but this is a connection between the present generations and the past generations. So all these relationships are about carrying interconnectedness in different ways, and multiple ways in which observations of birds, ants, wildlife are talking about how these people is interpreting the environment and the territory in which they live. So if we are talking about caring and taking care about our relationships, we need to talk about justice, not just in terms of returning the land to these peoples, but in terms of epistemic justice. So they have the right to be in their lands and to hold their own knowledge systems, the way they understand. And this creating and recreating their knowledge is tied to the land. So there's biodiversity and knowledge is not just in the air, it's in persons, in the history, in the land, in a particular physical and geographical place. That's why transdisciplinarity, that was the Dolores telling us, transdisciplinarity is critical, because we need to, it's a matter of inclusion, it's a matter of who is validating whom, what knowledge system is validating indigenous systems, knowledge systems, for example. So finally, I would like to remind what Laudato Si reminds us is no wisdom should be left behind. So we need indigenous knowledge systems and this caring of the relationships to cope and to go towards our regenerative ecosystems. So we need to get this coherence too, in order to get human dignity, the human and the family places, and the community places too, as our places. We are all local. I am not indigenous, but I'm local to somewhere, so we all take care of our places. Thank you for this opportunity.
So that leaves no time for me. No, it was not. We started, this was a very short session, but a very interesting one. And I would just like to recapitulate a few points that struck me. The first was by Professor Zell, who talked about who raised the power question, and he talked about the power imbalance. And he talked about the nation state, the responsibility of the nation state, and the responsibility of science. So these points, I think they are extremely important. And what is doable was in politics, and he talked about a tax system. So to move towards regenerativeness, I think there has to be responsibility fixed. And for that, I think the tax system is necessary. The other thing that struck me in Maria's presentation was that fraternity is in crisis. And of course, there are many reasons for it. But acknowledging that fraternity is in crisis and that fraternity is, she says, as a prophecy for transformation. We should understand that fraternity is not possible without respect and dignity of the individual. So very clearly, in most constitutions of the country, we have the word dignity, assuring the inherent dignity of human beings, which is fine, but the Indian constitution goes a little further and talks about fraternity that assures the dignity of the individual. So it makes dignity a relational component of fraternity, and also makes fraternity more doable. When you respect each other, it's most important that, most likely that you are going to, treat each other as brothers. So that's one thing that I wanted to make in my presentation. The other thing that Banteji said was contentment. And that's the answer to mindless consumption. Contentment and compassion and intergenerational transfer of knowledge. The Eightfold Path, and if it falls into Amar's AIESS framework that Gary spoke about, I think it does, and we need to discuss that over lunch. And I'm sure if Banteji is showed that mandala, he would be able to do that better. Adriana, your conflict of values, I think it's very important. It's very important to bring all the dimensions in the AISS framework in harmony, and that will happen only when we get over the conflict of values and we put intentionality in place. So intentionality being all over the place, it's there in every dimension of the AISS framework. And so value systems and intentionality that that is very much necessary to bring harmony and balance in the system. So with these words, we close this session. I'm sorry we have not taken any questions for Adriana, but if there are any, over lunch. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for such an insightful and enriching discussion. We are grateful to our chair, our speakers, and everyone who contributed to this plenary. Thank you, Professor Maria Dolores, for joining us despite the time difference. We truly appreciate your commitment to being part of this session. We will now proceed with the felicitation. I request Professor Shashmi Nayak to present a memento to Professor Bhante Chandrakirti as a token of our appreciation. Now I request Professor Shashmi to present a memento to Professor Adriana as a token of appreciation. I would now like to invite Professor Shishir Jha from IIT Bombay to present a token of appreciation to our chair and discussant, Professor Shashmi Nayak. Thank you, everyone. With this, we conclude plenary session 2. We now proceed for lunch. We will have parallel paper presentations post-lunch, and participants are requested to check their schedules and room number beforehand for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.